Well, salutations! Good morning, good afternoon, and or good evening, wherever you may find yourself orientated within this universe. And welcome back to another stream. This time, we are not in the world of Subnautica, but no! Instead, we are coming back to our wonderful sessions of the one-shot Tavern hop. Hopefully, things are gonna go well. Last time, well, what happened last time? We went to a temple, and there may have been a dragon, and it may have been being pissed off because it wasn't buried properly, and then it was just getting worse, and it was getting inflamed because the idiot who was, well, whoops, let's just say that the guy who was running the place was, somewhat of an idiot, but that's okay. Hopefully, this time things go a little bit better. So, let's go ahead. And without much further ado, go ahead and just get things sorted. Right, we need this and, hang on, it's in our head. There's a lot of juggle on this one, so give us a sec. Thinking, there we go. That works. Right, yes, that works. Okay. And so with that, we should have communications channel open. Dungeon Master Castleford, are you there? Please say you're there.
Yes.
Oh, good. Thought we might have lost something there, but with that, let's go ahead and set the mood properly with this. That is battle music. Whoops. Let's go ahead and set it with this. There we go. And lastly, if we just move our head over to over there. There we go. Yes. Ha! Hello. Yes. Ha ha. Things are working once again. At least, as well as they ever did. But yes! Welcome back. And the other thing as well, we are now level 4. Which has meant that we gain not a whole lot in particular, but we do go ahead and get a couple of additional points. We've gone ahead and after a little bit of umming and ahhing, we've put those in, one in con and one in wisd. It now means that we have 31 HP, which means we can be the meat sponge we were always meant to be, and wisdom because everything we do revolves around wisdom, so it's probably be a good idea to do so. Incidentally, if you are wondering a little bit more about Swift Wisp Short Shadow, go ahead and do !character, and you can go ahead and have a little peruse over the whole thing, but for now, Dungeon Master, it's all yours.
Alright, so we last left off leaving the Teapot Temple, and we are headed further down the way through the parchment paper that Val is carrying to the next tavern. And he says it's going to take a couple days journey to go to the coast where we'll be able to get to the next tavern. And yes, how you are with swimming.
Well, can't say I've ever been a big fan of it, but not one to, be averse to the idea of getting my feet wet. To be fair, I've spent more than enough nights completely sodden to not really care about the water.
That's good. It's like, is there any fear of the ocean at all, perhaps?
Not the ocean itself, just the things that are in it. Well, that can be in it. If I can see what's in it, then it ain't too much of a worry of it.
Val has a little bit of a pensive look on his face as you say that. And it's like, okay, well, the next place we're going to should be fine then.
Swift Whip sort of gives him a sort of a weary look. He's sort of, alright then, alright. As he just sort of somewhat more sort of braces himself, expecting the worst as some expedition at this point with where we're heading. Still though, what could be the worst? Last place you took me was a temple that was run over by a buffoon who was continuously angering the spirit of a dragon. What's the worst that could happen here, eh?
Val finds a tree and knocks on it as you say that.
Oh, come on. We handled the last one pretty well.
Thankfully, yes.
See? Nothing to worry about. And besides, you know if a worst comes to worst, I'll be the one standing in front of whatever's gnashing its teeth at you.
Val is completely speechless as you give that statement. He very vividly remembers how our first fight went, and he closes his mouth and chooses not to say anything further. He's just, nope, not saying anything.
Could I roll insight to see if I could determine what he's thinking?
Yeah, you could go ahead and try.
Okay, what is my insight? It's just a +1 / roll 1d20 +1. 4. Yep, no.
Nope.
Speechless. It's, of course, he's completely stunned by my bold, chivalrous, heroical aspect of offering to put myself between the two of us.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, I like this sort of there's a little smirk of pride come across the face there looking at that, and then sort of continues to walk on. How much further we got then?
So he tells you that it's going to take a couple of days because this tavern actually is in the ocean, hence why he asked you if you were afraid of the ocean or not. And that this tavern is both going to be part of the transportation across this particular sea and the place that we're visiting as well.
Ah, well, that answers my next question. I hope you don't expect me to swim to it, but yeah. I mean, kills two birds with one stone, as it were. Didn't realise you had to go across the sea for this. Hope you're paying my fare back.
Yes. Yes, I will absolutely compensate you for the travel expenses as well as helping stay with me.
Yeah. I gotcha. Ah. Well then, what was the name of this one then?
This one is called the Drunken Treasure. It's a castle that has a whole bunch of engineering in it that allows it to float and move around. Like, the guys told me about this, like 3 of them have been there before, but like they're not the best at describing technology, but apparently it's a marvel how they get this place to move around and can be both like on the surface and underwater. So like I sounds really cool, so I look forward to it. I'm not sure how exactly they do it though.
I gotta agree with you. Let's hope their description's slightly more accurate than the last time, though. What was it? A serene, beautiful temple turned into what was essentially a cheap, shoddy tourist hotspot. Still, though, I do agree. Concept of a moving castle in of itself is quite impressive.
Indeed. It's like I can't help but think of like those old images from the gods showing the world being on the back of a turtle or something like that.
World on the back of a turtle? Can't say
You never heard of that?
No, I can't say I have. Never was really one for the old religious stuff. Kind of felt like more like turning a blind eye to what you could do and pretending someone else was going to do it for you, but if it gave people peace of mind, who was I to bother them?
Fair enough.
I'm a man of realistic approaches to things. I can clap my hands and kowtow and prostrate myself down to whatever magical sky fairy wishes to go ahead and listen, or I can see what I can do with my own 2 hands. One of them's going to result in something, a lot more often than the other. Not that I'm intending to piss anyone who might be watching or listening, of course. Sort of, there's just that flash of thinking back to this pissed off dragon going, not that I have any intention to piss any of you off. Like I said, if it gives people peace of mind, then, who am I to bother them?
Yes. After the 2 days journey, you both find yourselves at the coast. It's a pretty moderate-sized town that you pass through. There's nothing particularly special about it from what you could see. It seems recently built, relatively speaking. And you ask the locals about like where you would find like the entrance to this tavern, and they tell you that you have to go to the shores in the late afternoon, and a couple of, they hesitate to say people, but they say people will meet you to help guide you into the tavern itself.
Oh, well, thank you very much then. Pleasure with you in this nice little spot. Well, they seem a little preemptive where with that, or not preemptive, that's the wrong word, reserved about saying people.
Well, I guess we'll see who runs a underwater tavern, but I have a hard time believing that there's going to be a lot of humans here.
Well, we ain't exactly humans ourselves, so... Oh,
Well, humanoid, I suppose I should say.
I was going to say, put a hat on you, you could probably pass for a human. You know. Still though, me... shave the beard, put on kids' clothes, might just get away with it. What? That's a good...
Until they hear your voice.
Oh, I could do a little bit of an older voice, it's not a problem. Maybe I'm just, you know, it's not a problem. Maybe I was cursed like that, you don't know. Just don't ask me to talk for too long like this. But no, it's important. If we ever need a disguise to get through anywhere, there you go. You just put my hat on and I'll be a kid. I'll shave off my beard. Took me a long time to grow this, so I hope you realise how much I'm willing to sacrifice here for this. Should the need arise, of course.
Let's hope that need does not arise.
I agree. As he's sort of fondly sort of stroking his beard at this point, just tuft on the chin. Almost caressing at this point. Not quite caressing, but sort of very fondly appreciating the beard, as it were. Still, though, hopefully this one shouldn't take too long. Do they say how long the travel's going to be?
So Val takes a look at the map that he has along with the older parchment and squints at it for a moment. Starts counting like the distances on the measurement on the bottom. It's like, it's about here, and then it's this size ship, and then it's it looks like it'll be probably 2 days, I think. I don't know exactly how fast this vessel sails, he says, struggling to find the words.
Fair dues. Where is it we're actually heading over mainland-wise? Coastal stuff's not really been my specialties. I've been stuck here my whole life, so this is the furthest I've been out this way.
Val gets a nervous look when you ask that. And so we're kind of more or less headed to the Underdark in the sort of close-ish by, he says.
Alright, oh yeah, Underdark, yeah? Yeah, alright. What were you going to tell me this if I didn't ask? Were you going to tell me this if I hadn't have asked?
I wasn't sure if you were going to stick around that long or not, so I figured I would not tell you exactly where I was going until I was sure. He's got this sheepish look on his face. We're not actually planning on taking you into the Underdark. We're just going to just outside it.
Right. This fiancé of yours ain't a demon, are they?
No, not a demon. They're also an elf.
Alright, fair enough. Just checking I'm not part of some dark ritual to overthrow the old world from the Underdark or anything like that. Because then I'd have to knife you. Respectfully, of course. He sort of flicks a dagger at that point, sort of tossing it over, catching it playfully. There's literally no threat in it. Like it's sort of the idea of how do you describe it? The best imagery you've seen is it's someone with, I think it's a baseball bat, and they're sort of like beating it into their hand. It's sort of that idea, but flicking a knife sort of thing. He's completely doing it nonchalantly, and everything he's doing is completely non-threatening and showing it jokingly, but he's trying to, you know, do that same motion side of things.
Hmm.
And then just puts the knife away, you know, subtly, carefully. When he is rather irked at the fact that you decided to lie by omission after everything that we've done for you. That is not very nice. It is not very nice. So we're hurt, disappointed, upset. So, oh, go on then. First round's on you.
Fair enough.
And I'll have you know, I am ordering the biggest, most expensive meals here.
Okay, then. He's just laughing now, feeling a little less tense.
Go on then.
Oh, yeah,
so how did your friends find out about this place then? They seem very worldly travelled, as it were.
The people that I work with have reason to go all around the entirety of the world. And they've discovered all sorts of interesting places such as this, and they are the types that enjoy their liquor as much as good food and exotic places.
Duly noted then. You'll have to tell me more about them at some time. Still though, as he sort of gestures to lead the way, because while the Swiftwish was paying attention to it, recognizing the direction again, like they've gotten turned around a couple of times, so just gonna obviously let Val go ahead and lead the way.
So the two of you head towards the pier of this little town. And you wait there for about an hour or two, and you see from the sea a tower from a castle rising up to stop by. And you don't see anybody by this tower initially, which is a little confusing. You expected to see a couple of how they said people, but you see a lot of activity like around this structure, and it's maybe inside it too. You're trying to peer over to see.
Yeah. Can we see anything under there?
Go ahead and roll for it.
What would you like me to roll? Perception?
Investigation.
A perception. Good, we have a +5 in that. We have a +5 in that. We'll just roll a nat 1. A 13 total. I saw the 1 and I was...
So... when you look over the pier into the water, you can see some somewhat humanoid movements and individuals, but you can't exactly tell like what they are or like what they're doing. You can just sort of tell that they're around the structure.
Well, I see what they meant about humans in inverted commas there. Still though, it's one way to make an entrance. I have to keep a mental note of that one. Grand theatricals. Always good for an entrance or two. Well, sometimes.
Yes. As you're both peering over into the water, a face pops up from underneath, and they are very much more fish-like than you are used to. They have like long tendrils instead of hair, and they're covered in scales, and they have a long tail fin. And a moment later, after that one spots you, another one pops up. One of them is somewhat of a more greenish and blue color, and the other is a more of a dark purples from like the front of the face, and then it goes back to like a light purple pink through their hair.
Salutations. You wouldn't happen to be the ones that escort us into the chase, would you?
Ah. The merfolk looks at you with curiosity and she says, "Oh, you're coming as a guest? Here, let me get one of the guards for you." She pops back under the water and goes to a wall that you have. Val squints really closely to try and see, and it almost as if they're like coming, as if they were stuck to the wall, coming off of it. They're more of an octopus-like creature. Swims up to the surface. It's like, "Could you see that? Because I could not see that." It's like, "I didn't see that guy."
Well, far be it from me to remember much on octopus. I thought they had their old camouflage-esque style thing, so not too much to worry about.
I keep forgetting about that.
Look, when you work around the shadows, you try and figure out any kind of options for it. Once I had someone try to sell me octopus blood as a stealth kit. Look, you pick up some trivia every now and again in my business.
And so the third individual, a cuddle folk, pops out from the water and holds up two pink horseshoe-like things and says, "If you're gonna stay into this place, you're gonna need these."
We're gonna sort of...
So he hands you one little horseshoes and then hands Val the other horseshoe. And you look at it, and it's a sort of leathery sort of thing that's got gills on the ends. And it's used as a breathing device, you gather from looking at it.
Yeah. Sort of spinning it
and
around on a finger.
It goes around your neck.
The neck? Well, fair enough then. Fair enough. This is sort of looks at it.
So like
bit concerned because it's like a uniform size thing, like how this thing's supposed to fit like on the neck. So he's sort of holding it there, like sort of not sure if like we should be holding it, if it's gonna just sit there or just sort of.
So when you place it on your neck, it does shrink down to fit.
Yeah, that fits. That fits. Ooh, that's weird. Yeah.
Yes. Val suddenly clutches the little sock that his parents live in and asks for two more of those things, very small ones. The cuttlefish looks confused until Val actually, pops the two ferrets out. It's like, these guys cannot breathe underwater. And the cuttlefish is very fascinated at the sight of these two little creatures. And asks, "Can they swim?" It's like, "Oh, they love swimming. They will love swimming. They just can't breathe underwater."
Yeah, this is a chuckle as a flashback to remembering as Val had to leap into the little pond thing, watching as that is going to happen there.
So he pops back down under the water, back towards the wall for a moment. Val adjusts his aquax. And it's like, this feels so weird.
Yeah,
he's
you're telling me.
The old bits. It's like, weird.
Yeah. Swiftwick's a little uncomfortable, feeling this sort of constant touching to the neck. It's obviously not forceful, but it's kind of jarring having that sort of almost claustrophobic feel of something on the neck, like it's trying not to remember something at that point, but sort of, well, let's hope these things work then. This is gonna be weird.
So the cuttlefish
look to the guard. So do we sort of gesturing to like the water out in front, and then oh goodness gracious me, we might have to salutations to the 69 people and Cinemania. Hi.
Oh, hi, Cinna.
Hi. This is well, salutations. We hope that you all find yourselves well. We are Ultrasonic Blur. This is Dungeon Master Castleford. He is currently going through us with some one-shot stuff. It's been a lot of fun. we're currently in the process of working out how to breathe underwater with a horseshoe gill thing. Thank you for stopping by. And to everyone else who is here, salutations. Oh, goodness. Breathe, okay. Yeah, breathing. Breathing is apparently a thing that your species all have to do. But yeah, it's going quite well. We hope you find yourselves well. What is it that you were doing previously before this? Let us have a quick look into that. Smite? Is that what that was?
Smite.
Yes, Smite. Yes, we've heard a little bit about this. This is the mythology-based game. Yes. Good for team communication there. Well, we hope that everyone here is enjoying themselves thoroughly. But for now, on with the D&D once again.
Yes. So as you're both getting used to having these things on your neck, the cuttlefish pops back up with 2 more aquaxes that are small enough for the 2 ferrets that Val keeps as his little companions. And while waiting for the cuttlefish to come back with those, Val is grabbing a couple of little belts that are strapped together to make into harnesses. Because while he knows how these things are fitting well on y'all's necks, ferrets, especially when they're swimming, are very leafy creatures that turn into tubes, and therefore he's afraid that if they're not affixed to some sort of harness that will slip off. So he gently places the aquaxes on each of their necks and affixes them to the harnesses in the hopes that that'll keep them from sliding off while they're swimming.
As you're sort of doing that, we're sort of trying to catch the attention of the guard. Sort of. So we sort of gesturing to like sort of just jump in. Like, do we jump in, or is there a particular sort of area we're going, or what are we doing here?
So you'll go ahead and meet with Seth in the main entrance. The front door is that way. He points down into the water at the bottom of the structure. So yes, you will have to swim there. Do you need help?
No, we're fine. We just didn't want to, do anything untoward or would seem rude. So yeah, he sort of, even though he knows he's got this breathing apparatus, I think he sort of then sort of holds his nose and just sort of jumps straight in and things, holding the hat a little bit. I sort of take that off and things, and sort of sits, submerges slightly under the water and things, and sort of trying to sort of open the eyes. It's a very different, weird new sensation. So he's sort of, despite the fact, again, got the whole breathing thing, it's still very much a case of he doesn't just try and breathe. It's more a case of sort of waiting till the last second of the. Okay, no, we can breathe. Okay. Oh, that's weird. He's sort of looking around. Again, it's sort of trying to control the breathing and just sort of like get a bearing, and then sort of make a sort of a swim down in a somewhat graceful fashion without too much. Sort of one hand holding the hat, the other hand just sort of trying to a cross between sort of paddle and breaststroke across down there.
Yes, Val hops in right after you, 2 ferrets in hand. He doesn't want them swimming away just yet. And he follows right behind you, swimming relatively gracefully, a little more graceful than you, I would think. No offense.
Tries to sort of say show off, but obviously bubbling all this stuff the whole time. It's a weird sort of salty taste, and just sort of keeps going on forward.
So y'all go ahead and swim towards the entrance, and this is indeed an entire castle on a series of fins and motors and what seems to be something in the middle allowing it to float. You can see a lot of bubbles coming from the center tower, and something in there is producing air.
Well, that's reassuring to know that there's air. for that side of things. There's a slight concern sort of wearing this thing, but again, just sort of treading out sort of in front of this thing, sort of kind of letting Val go ahead and do the next part, because not really. Like, there's a door here, but you know, there's no real way of doing our previous, I'll go in first, then you go in after, in case the joint thinks. It's just sort of gesturing him to sort of, go in, there's no point. So yeah, as we all sort of make our way in. So is this area, is there like still water under here? Like, is it still submerged, or is it like...
Oh, the thing is submerged on the first floor.
Gotcha. We didn't know if it was like a pocket of air or something that was producing this kind of thing when you said the air thing. But that works. No.
Yes. So, as you swim inside, you see that there's a whole manner of different types of creatures here. There are a couple of humanoid creatures that also have the aquaxes around their necks. And they're talking and having a good old time with the other sea creatures and the merfolk and cuddlefolk that are also here.
So again, just trying to sort of gaze around and things, try and make someone decide. It's a much more, it's a more jarring experience, less so like last time where it was a case of this is not what we expected, this is something is wrong here, and more a case of, okay, how am I gonna properly move and get it sort of acclimatizing to this whole feeling once again. This is sort of try and sort of put the hat on, but every time you sort of move, obviously it sort of just sits where it was. It's sort of a case of sort of stuff the hat into the back of the bag with everything that's now completely everything soaked in there, but it's kind of, that was expected.
Yes, so even though your things are floating away, the thing else in the tavern is, even though it looks like a regular tavern, a lot of the items are made with stone or are weighted or are set up in some fashion to keep it in place, even though it's all underwater. And like, the people are not drinking from drinks glasses, but rather these interesting looking pouches. You can see the beverages swirling around inside them, and the food's all coming with things that are like lidded and or pouched in a similar fashion. So everything is set up in such a way where even though you're struggling to keep your equipment on you, nothing else in the tavern seems to have that same problem.
Yeah, so it's sort of at this point getting more used to sort of the whole breathing and talking underwater. It's a bit more sort of a slower as he's trying to like. Swiftwiff is very sort of loose in the mouth, which obviously when you're underwater it becomes a lot harder to sort of push all that through everything. So he's having to try to talk a bit sort of more sharply in the mouth. He's trying to do it. Well, this is different.
Val is just staring at all of the different folks and the different places, and he gets a quizzical look on his face for a moment and takes a second look around like, wait. How do you get to the towers?
Well,
it's like there aren't any doors anywhere. You don't see like any entrances to any rooms or any way, at least not from in here, except for one window to one of the towers off to the right.
Interesting. Let us just go ahead and put that a little bigger. There we go. That should work. I guess then the only thing we're gonna have to sort of do is there any sort of staff around? You mentioned there are a couple of sort of patrons of the area. Does anyone look sort of staffy with regards to this that we can sort of flag down to try and get the room sorted?
So somebody in the room does notice your quizzical faces behind the bar. Speaking of which, I am a potato, and this is technically the wrong floor. This is the actual floor that we should be in.
Ah, gotcha. There we are. It's fine. It was merely a teaser of things to come, one would assume.
Indeed. So, as you're floating near the bar, there is another cuddle folk, creature that is more octopus in appearance, but with a little more of a upright stature. And he gestures over to you by the bar and says, "Oh, hello, you must be new here." You don't see a mouth. It's probably underneath all of the tentacles, but you do get kindness from his voice. And he is making all of the drinks and things in the background and putting them in those pouches to then be given to the waitresses. And says, welcome. Welcome to the Drunken Treasure. I am Barkeep here. And it is very nice to meet you too. What are your names?
Oh, well, I'm Swiftwiff Short Shadow. Pleasure to be here. This is my accompaniment, Val.
Oh, good to meet the two of you. And who are those two? And he sees these little fuzzy creatures starting to swim around outside of the little pouch, trying to swim away and pat at one of the smaller little fish floating in the room. And Val just carefully grabs Chancellor and says, "This one's Chancellor," and goes under and grabs Duke from swimming underneath him. Like, "This is Duke. I will try to keep a firm hold on them. I apologize if they do any rambunctiousness."
At this point, Swiftwiff's just gonna sort of try and go through the bag and things, rope, and sort of offer, sort of tosses this sort of rope, sort of very listfully, sort of tosses over towards Val, sort of in front of them, and sort of sits there and things.
It's like, Val awkwardly gestures, like, I don't think I need that per se. He just feels very sheepish and embarrassed that his pets are doing silly pet things.
Oh yeah,
and does what you think is laughter. You can't exactly tell with all the tentacles and the fishiness whether he's laughing or not, but he seems to be very entertained at the sight of these two fuzzy creatures. And he comments, is like, "Oh, there are plenty of little critters that swim around this place all the time. Don't let them steal your food. But we do not mind one bit. I'm sure your pets will be perfectly happy here. They seem to be thoroughly enjoying themselves." As Duke once again swims away.
Oh, they certainly do. Crafty little buggers love to go wherever they can. And now, they can essentially fly. I mean, that is basically what you have done here. You have given a ferret the ability to fly. To go wherever it pleases. That's gonna go well. I'm just imagining a couple hours from now, we're just gonna roll a random d20 and one of them's just gonna suddenly appear out the side of a window.
Oh no.
Exactly. That's the Nat 1 event. They somehow got outside. Oh. At that point, I'm gonna laugh at you for not taking the rope. Because you should have taken the rope. Or maybe you do take the rope and they chew through it. Actually, they'll probably chew through it, but that's not the point. Anyway, at this point and things, sort of laughing back, thinking of what the hell is gonna happen with those two. So, we wouldn't be minding a couple rooms and things for service. How's this? Does this sort of work here, given the unique nature of your establishment?
So we're going to be traveling across the sea. In about an hour's time, the tavern will be fully resubmerged at that point. We have guest rooms on the second and third floors of this facility. I ask that you not go to that center tower. He points to the large tower in the center of the room. You can see there is an opening, a window to it.
Mm-hmm.
And he says that it's a very dangerous space that allows this entire castle to move in and out of the water and allows it to move through the sea as well as it does. But it is a very dangerous space for guests, so do not go there. But to go to the guest rooms, you'll have to go outside the main building and through the portholes.
Ah, gotcha. Sort of look to Valenthe, sort of very sternly hold on to them when they're in that motion and things. Well then, Val, I believe you're the one buying the rooms for this place.
Yes, I am. So Val steps forward, keeping a nervous look over at Duke specifically, who seems to have got interest in a very small fish floating around. And Duke's trying desperately to get to it. It's like, don't eat the fish, Duke. Don't eat that fish, Duke.
Again, just sort of shaking my head at this point, trying to. This is gonna go so well. Oh, so well. You could say it's going to go swimmingly. Look, you had to know that one was coming. You specifically chose an underwater section. As just wrong thing there. Accidentally clicked the thing. Sorry. Brain wandered. It's all good. But yes.
Oh my goodness. Val approaches the bar and asks Seth for 2 rooms for each of you to stay in, since he's not exactly sure how big the rooms are.
Cool.
And Seth tells them that they'll have to go to the south tower that is furthest from the building and enter through the porthole to the second floor for the first room and the third floor for the other room. He gives 2 keys for those.
Alright then. Well, thank you very much then. As we're going to sort of head on over and things. We'll take the 3rd floor because it means less swimming or less time for Duke and Chancellor to be outside, which means less chance for them to sneak their way out somehow. As again, we sort of at this point and things, we sort of very much do just sort of straight up hand Val the rope and just say, I'm giving it to you. If you don't use it, that's your choice. But
I don't want them to use the rope to slip out of their harnesses. The whole point of those is for them to keep those things on.
Yeah,
I'd rather them swim around and do silly things and risk them drowning.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's like, these are just little things that I made awkwardly with, like, belts, accessories. I just cut some straps off to make these.
Sort of wearily look there. We trying to understand just what the process is to trying to do for those harnesses. And got a lot of belts then, do you?
A few, yes.
Alright. Crafty man with a lot of belts who can make harnesses. Well, I'm sure your fiance is very lucky.
Val turns beet red when you say that and says nothing further.
Yeah, at this point you do get a cackling laugh as Swiftwift goes ahead and sort of I assume that it's like sort of the same tower. It's like the 2nd floor and then like directly above is where the other room is. For the 2 rooms, because Val's got the 2nd, I've got the 3rd floor. So at that point, it's just going to be a cackle as they sort of jump up and off to swim up.
Oh yeah, so as you swim to this room, you try to open the porthole with the key and it doesn't work.
Eh? Oh, sort of. Okay, so, like, is it just a case of like the key doesn't fit in, the key doesn't turn, or it just doesn't unlock anything? Like,
It doesn't seem to be working for some reason.
oh, I got fucking Val's. Right, hang on. Sort of head back down to Val to see if Val's having any luck, because we might have just picked up the wrong key. So you know, it happens. It happens. Sort of swim back around over to Val, sort of be like, oh, I got the wrong key. Swap over, but do we see Val back at their room?
Yes. Val is outside and trying to catch Duke at the moment. It's like, come back here. Come here. Okay, no, you can play in a moment. Here, let me just come here. And he tries to put him back in the sock, but it doesn't work. He just floats right back out. It's like, yep, here. Here.
Pardon the interruption. Think you got my key there? This one don't walk upstairs.
I shouldn't. Mine works, and he points to the open porthole. Like, literally, he was just about to swim in when he just had to catch the ferrets again.
Alright. Well, I guess then I gotta go and talk about the key, because this one ain't working up there. What you do? Just put a key in and turn like a normal lock, right?
Yeah, no, that's how it worked for me.
Push or pull?
I
Stupid
just
question.
pushed it.
Did I push it when going to try and open it?
Did you? I wasn't watching you.
No, I was. That was an. Sorry. Did I to the DM? Did I, as I was doing that, do so?
You tried both. Like, I assume you tried doing both before coming back down here.
Fair enough then. Well, I guess I'll go. Go talk to the establishment again. See you in a bit. Good luck. So sort of gesture to, as the conversation happened, I gesture to just over his shoulder as this ferret is just slowly over the shoulder going. So yeah, we're gonna head back and just talk about the key, because let's sort of look over towards the bar and things. A bit sheepish having to do this. It is essentially just a door, but well, obviously it can't be our fault. You've obviously done something wrong. No. No, we're not going to go like that, but we are going to go ahead and just sort of try and grab the attention, sort of very, what's going on right now, but just went up to the room and everything, put the key in and everything. It's not working. We checked with the other door. That one works on the key, so it's definitely supposed to be for that one, but tried pushing, pulling, wouldn't budge.
And so Seth quizzically thinks for a moment, or at least you think it's a little bit of confusion. He has like a tentacle under what you would imagine would be his chin. And then goes, oh goodness, I am so sorry. That is a duplicate key for the same room. That is Polyp and Plankton's room. I apologize, sir. I forgot that they are here at the moment and that they're wrangling some seahorses and doing some shows later. I apologize. I'm afraid you two will have to share that room.
Oh, no worries and things. Should be all good and things to sort of hand back the key without any issues or anything like that. All good and things then. So you got Cabaret on here then? Sort of trying to lighten the embarrassment situation. Doesn't want to feel bad, because then everyone's gonna feel awkward and no one wants to feel awkward. So just sort of, you doing shows then? What kind of shows are we doing here?
So Polyp and Plankton are seahorse wranglers. They love working with seahorses, teaching others, surface and sea dwellers, how to ride them and work with them. If you need a steed for maneuvering around, you can absolutely talk to them about it if you like.
Yeah, there's a slight quizzical look, because Swift Wisp, the one image you've seen of a seahorse is a tiny little thing that's like no bigger than like a finger. He sort of Seahorse riding, sort of. Alright, okay, well, duly noted on that one then. Sort of very quizzical look at that point, sort of very much, okay then. That's very strange. The picture in his head is this chariot pulled by like 1,000 tiny seahorses by a single strand of thread, each one. These things. It's very odd looking things, but said, well, what time are they performing tonight then?
Let me check. And so he pulls up what looks to be a leaf-like object. It says, let's see. Didn't see it, and he flips page. It's like, see. Okay, so their next set of writing lessons is going to be tomorrow morning at, let's see, about 10 o'clock.
Alright then. Ah, sounds like it should be a fun time then. Thank you kindly. As we,
You're very welcome.
Go ahead and tip to make our way back to the room with Val, who hopefully has had some more luck trying to close the door and everything.
Oh, yes. You do see that the porthole is closed.
I'm just gonna go ahead and sort of rap on it a little bit as best we sort of can to give it a sort of a clunk. Just because the last thing we're gonna do is try and open that and then just immediately foof, out pops two ferrets.
Yes, Val approaches the porthole and opens it up for you. It's like, yep, come on in. They're over here playing with something. Seaweed? Kelp? I can't tell. And sure enough, you can just see them just like carrying around this long strand and like trying to find a nook or a cranny to drag it into.
There's a sort of a chuckle and things as you sort of get in and very quickly try and shut the door, or the porthole as it were, and things. So, got some good news for you and some bad news for you. Well, the good news, this room is big enough for the two of us. The bad news, it is for the two of us. Yeah.
Okay.
Couple are already in that room, spare key. They'll mix up and things, but should be no worries. Actually, on that topic, something you might enjoy tomorrow, 10 o'clock, seahorse wrangling, or riding, or something. Might be interesting.
Huh.
Yeah. Because I was always under the impression that those things were always like sort of yay big. He sort of lifts up his fingers for about what humans would describe as about 5 to 10 inches, but is in actuality about 2.5 inches. That sort of size situation. He said, I thought they're about that big at most, so quite how you're supposed to write that, I'm not sure, but I mean, we got 2 days here, so I've got to do something while we're here.
So Val is unpacking his things and thinking about that as you said it. He too has never seen seahorses that big before, so he is also curious.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah, in terms of like the room again, is it like are there sort of 2 beds? Is there like what is the actual like sleeping arrangement again?
Yeah, so for this guest room, so it's got 2 windows to go in and out of, and they both lock with the same key. They're decent sized windows, and you can see like the outside ocean and like all the animals and all the other folks who are swimming around the tavern through those portholes, but they can be like curtained over so that way you can have some privacy. It is a circular space, and it's a decent amount considering that you can swim up as well as down. And there is a bed, and there is also a setup for a hammock a little higher up.
Yeah. Right. How are we doing how are we currently doing on the whole floating versus weighted sinking situation right now? Because obviously that's going to be the other impact, because otherwise it's basically going to be sitting in the hammock with the rope tight wrapped around it, trying to sort of hold us in place.
So you're not really sinking. Like you're swimming. You're it's still swimming. And that's not really going to change.
Yep, fair enough. Figures.
Like at this point, you're breathing
Yeah.
very comfortably, as if you're breathing
Yeah.
on air, but like you're still swimming.
Yeah, there's just sort of more like the only thing that keeps happening is every so often just sort of like scratching or touching at the neck for the sensation. But other than that, it's fine and things. It's so given the whole floating situation, I guess it isn't gonna matter a whole lot with regards to the sleep side of things. Take your pick.
I think I'll take the hammock. I'm kind of wigged out that the bed looks like a clam. I think that lid could go down if you're worried about floating away, but I don't think I want to do that. I'd rather sleep in the hammock.
Understandable and things. He just sort of tries to sort of swim on over and things to sort of trying to put. He sort of sits on the bed and things, and then immediately sort of like just ever so slightly floats off it and things. So he sort of pushes his arms up to sort of sit on it again. Sort of looking around the room at any of the things that are in there. Like, is there anything I can just sort of sit under, or like put in my lap to try and sleep with, or anything like that?
Yeah, so that clamshell lid is meant to keep you like in the bed so that way you don't float off of it.
Yeah.
It is not an actual clam. It's purely a design choice. It's not going to eat you.
Oh, we're not saying it is, because like we do sort of have a look at it and things. You can see it is just 2 clamshells, like straight there, but that's a little. The whole one thing on the neck is one part of the claustrophobic side of stuff, or the claustrophobic feeling. That's probably a little far as well. But, it's like, I know like we said about like the hat and stuff like that, it's floating. The backpack as well, is that like sinking a little bit, or is it just...
Yes.
Alright then.
Yes, because of the weight of your stuff in there, and now that since it's all wet, obviously it is sinking at this point.
At that point, we literally just go ahead and sort of take a bag, put it right over sort of our thighs, just above the sort of knees, and then just sort of relax back, and sort of wherever our body lands, whether that's on the pillow, on the mattress, or whatever, where that sort of fight goes. Yeah, this works. Yeah, as it is sort of again, sort of just sort of stuff something against the 2 bits of clams, not. Or at least trying to sort of stuff something just to make sure it doesn't close intentionally. Like just you know, keep it propped open. That'll that'll work and things. Yep, that's gonna work. Guess I'm gonna be wearing this one while I'm out and about. Still though, at least there's good cardio for this.
Indeed, I haven't swum in quite some time.
What do you mean? What was all that stuff you did a couple days ago, back at the Happy Dragon?
Well, that was more like floating around and just, you know, like skimming. I wouldn't call that like really swimming.
That's just being pedantic.
That was more me just trying to catch these 2.
Aye, true. Hey, hopefully at least this will tucker these 2 out a little bit more.
Oh God, I hope so. Yes, as you say that, like little fairy is just swimming by you, scratching at the porthole.
Oh boy!
It's like, no, Duke, stop that! Stop!
Oh boy!
You have to stay here, movie.
Speaking of that, how do you want to do the whole thing with them? Because I'm not really expecting you're going to be comfortable leaving them in here.
No, I'll keep them with me. I'm not going to leave them here, but like I'm not going to put leashes on them.
No, that's fine and things. That's fine. Whatever it is that you need doing things, but you know, just try and keep them close by. Last thing we need is having to go and sheepishly apologize to some patron who's had a couple ferrets dive into their food.
I'm not gonna let them get that far away.
Alright. Fair enough.
Speaking of food, swimming, I'm hungry.
Yeah, we haven't really had much opportunity. The old town and things. You'd think with a place like that and with this place stopping by, you'd have something more available there, but fair enough. Small little fishing town. What can you do? Let's go get some grub. Like I said, I am ordering the most expensive thing on the menu there.
All right. So Val pops open the borehole. Of course, Duke and Chancellor instantly follow out the hole. It's like, yep, I think y'all do that.
Yeah. You just sort of go ahead and take the backpack and things, sort of, yep, put it back on and things. It's acting almost as like the opposite of a ballast, where instead of helping us float, it's just sort of helping us not quite like walk, but sort of a little bit more sort of floaty, sort of we're able to sort of kick off from the ground and sort of guide ourselves a little better there. It's not exactly graceful, and it's not exactly a walk. It's this weird cross between trying to walk and trying to swim upright.
Okay, so Ron goes ahead and swims back to the main entranceway. Duke and Chancellor are at the moment diligently following.
Yeah, and likewise, we're going to go ahead and sort of make our way that way as well, because, yeah, we assumed that this was the sort of the restaurant dish area. I mean, it looked, there were a couple of tables and things, and,
Yeah.
That, and as well, this is like the only place that we know of, so we just go ahead and take a seat opposite Val. And have a peruse on the menu, and again, at this point we're not actually looking at what the stuff is, we're looking at the price. It's just straight up scrolling all the way down with our eyes, just trying to find the most expensive thing. And is also somewhat curious how we're supposed to drink in this place, because that's gonna be interesting.
And so on the table, the menus are underneath a set of weights. So you can pick up a menu and look from the table. Let's see.
Roll a strength check to see if you can move the weights.
They're not that heavy. They're just heavy enough to keep the menus from floating away.
No, I know. I'm joking. They're just there trying to move it off the table. No, you know I can stay there. I'll come to it. But no, it's yeah, we'll have a peruse over what is on the menu.
Let's see. So at the top of the menu, there's snacks for the shallows. So there are seaweed leaf wraps. Which is various ocean delicacies chopped and combined in a cleverly wrapped seaweed leaf. Great for on the go, as long as you're not going into the buoyancy chamber. That is 2 silver pieces. The clamshell concoctions, small plants and animals sealed in a clamshell to prevent drifting during eating. That is 1 silver piece. There is algae pudding, which is a scrumptious mix of various local algae with a hint of crushed fungal pellets. That is 1 silver piece. And then the main courses are turf and surf, a combination platter of salmon and rare exotic beef with a side of red seaweed. Chicken may be substituted for the beef for additional costs. This is subject to availability. That one's 4 silver pieces. There's build your own kebab, 1 gold piece per guest. It says it's great for large parties. Each person will be provided a swordfish skewer and can make their own meal with a selection of meats, fruits, and vegetables, all from the sea. The ingredients are brought in serving shells, and this is considered an excellent dish if you have pets who want to share. And there's the salad reef, which is 1 gold piece per guest, which is a series of clamshells bolted to the bar with a wide range of edible vegetation from all over the sea, and it is all you can eat.
Interesting. It's definitely got to be the kebab. We wield a rapier. This is going to be perfect. Look, as much as you don't play with your food, you can at least make it enjoyable and entertaining.
Fair enough.
Besides, this is my chance to be able to get to know Duke and Chandler a little better.
Are you going to give them some food too?
I mean, I'm not really going to be able to stop them, am I?
Probably not.
Exactly. Besides, maybe if I'm on more friendly terms with them, it means they'll leave me alone. Right, that's not how... Immediately sort of thinks of that and he goes, I know that's not how it works, but we can live in hope. Just
I was about to say, they're not mean to you.
Looking at the small scratches and teeth marks along one of the boots, the slightly gnawed now aglet of one of the laces.
Look, just because they tried to steal your boots doesn't mean they don't like you.
I never said they didn't. It's just more a case of if they like me more, maybe they'll eat your stuff instead.
Oh, they do.
It'd be nice if they stayed that way then. Yes.
Look, it's just in their nature to try and run away with things and hide them for later keeping.
Aye, yeah. Yeah. What about, as he sort of then flips over the menu to look towards the drink side of things?
So, the cocktail menu, there's a little disclaimer off the top that says, Seth's cocktails are a marvel of all the seas. Using a unique blend of magic and mixology, he concocts these delicious drinks and seals them in a pouch formed from a large, flexible seed pod so that they may be consumed even underwater. They also transport marvelously, so this is a great place to stock up for travel to take a bit of the drunken treasure with you. And so, the menu itself has the Abyss, an absolutely black as midnight drink of squid ink liqueur. This one will send your brain to complete oblivion like no other drink on land or sea. Limit to 1 per customer. That is 4 silver pieces. There is the Current. By mixing an oily blue-tinted seaweed liqueur and apple juice in a clear pouch, one can see the swirling of different colors inside that is reminiscent of the sea. It's a good one to drink if one is prone to seasickness. That is 4 copper pieces. There's Sweet and Salty Seas, imported fermented agave with just a hint of local seawater for 1 silver piece. And the last drink is Now You See Me, Now You Don't. A unique blend of extracts from various naturally camouflaging sea creatures that appears and disappears as you drink it for 1 gold piece.
Yeah. I assume as well that on the Now You See Me, it's S-E-A, not S-E-E.
It is S-E-E. Much to your punny dismay.
Missed opportunity. We'll go ahead and take the one that was good for seasickness, because it's less about sort of seasickness and just more the constant motion while trying to sleep is, again, not... don't really want to relive that.
Yeah, that is the Current. So,
yes, that is what
and what food you said? Build your own kebab.
Yeah, that's the one.
Gotcha.
Gotta work on my finesse somehow, don't I? Sort of, we left the weapons and things back at the room and things, but just sort of getting back into the sort of stance, the sort of ready pose and things, while sort of set in a joking position. Yeah. Speaking of, you never did tell me about your expertise, as it were, with the bow.
No, I didn't.
Aye. We are noodling for information.
Indeed.
Yeah. He sort of leans forward and things like, got you a captive audience, there's no way you can really go. You're stuck here for 2 days.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so Val has a very pensive look on his face as you say that. It's like, I am good with a bow, and that's about that.
Aye.
This is very clearly not telling you any more details. He's not good at hiding it either.
Natural talent or through training? Because I tell you,
Roll insight.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. Insight is a +1, which you've already done one of. That is a 10. That's 11 total. That's better than 50%. Not that tells you a lot. Uh-oh. I have a feeling that this is going to be a deception roll. That's not fun. Oh, that's
exactly the fucking same. Okay, since you made it,
I was gonna say
you can definitely see just like a little twinge of recognition, but he's not saying anything past that. So you can kind of guess that yes, he has had training with it too. He's not telling you what training that is, though.
Yeah. Well, fair enough. After all, it's not exactly anyone who can go around swinging a bow like that. You're quick on the draw there as well. Hell, by the time I even noticed what was going on, you'd have loosed a bloody arrow. Thought you were going for me out then.
It's like, why would I hire you if I was planning on killing you?
I don't know. Why would you hire me to take me towards wherever it is we're heading without properly telling me? Thinking that I wouldn't do it. He's sort of at that point, he sort of almost like mimes like a dagger to the heart at that point. Like, I'm hurt.
Like I said, I'm not taking you into the Underdark. We're just going outside it.
Yeah, sure. I believe you when we're there. Yeah. But no, there is very much like, it's very joking, but there is a little like, there's a little tiny bit which is like, genuinely like, I've told you all about what I do, how I don't think that it's like doing that stuff, so why are you lying? Like, it's there, but for the sake of you're hiring me, I'm just gonna try and keep going with it, because that's just there. But yeah, there's that point and things sort of trying to keep the conversation sort of a little bit lighter and things until food shows up.
Oh yes, so a merfolk comes by your table and takes y'all's orders. You order the Belgian kebab and a currant. Val also orders a currant and the salad reef. So the waiter heads to the back after taking the order.
So, how'd you meet your fiance then? On a lighter topic.
More or less through work.
Ah, fair enough. Workplace romantics blooming in the fields.
Not like that.
Ah, fair enough. So how is
It's
it
like,
then? So how was it then? Like, you could, like, at that point, you could tell that Swiftrit was being very generically overly romanticizing about this thing, knowing that it wasn't how it was, so that it can lead into the question of, so how was it then?
It was an interesting and harrowing experience, let's put it that way.
Ah, a dashing young lass in need of assistance, and you being there, the knight in shining armor. Oh, I can see it now. Ooh.
Val is shaking his head. It's like, my fiance is not a lass.
Oh, my apologies, of course. Well, do excuse me. Many times are the stories of the princess needing saving from the dragon, obviously. Do apologise on that regard, but, well, like I said before, I'm sure your fiancé is a very lucky person. So was it then you being the faux damsel in distress in this one then?
Yes and no.
Alright. I see how it is. He has no idea how you mean. But there is genuine curiosity in there. It's not like there's no malice in it. It's just genuine natural curiosity to want to learn more and things on this.
It's like the basic thing that happened. I was sent ahead to check the area. I got lost, and my fiance ended up finding me and helping me not get lost. It's about the long and the short of it.
Fair enough. Gotcha on that one. So how come you're, 2 days by sea plus 2 days by foot plus 2 days by foot plus a couple other days out away from them?
Because that's where the mission took me. Even though I don't live anywhere near there.
It's just like critical. But I thought you lived down by the forget the name of the place, but obviously Swiftness remembers the name of the first
Treetop Tavern.
Yeah, I thought you lived out by Treetop.
Yes.
So they're the ones who was moving away. Sorry, gotcha on that.
No, they more or less lived in the Underdark at one point.
So very quizzical. They're not a demon, tiefling, halfling, half demon, succubus, incubus, anything like that? Sure?
No, I'm sure.
Fair enough. Well, at least as far as they told you. Not to put it down on that kind of stuff, but still. Imp?
I already told you, they're also an elf.
Quarter elf, half demon.
Fair enough.
Look, it takes all sorts to make it this place. As he sort of looks around as the food comes. Sort of looking around, seeing and then when the food is coming.
So the waitress comes by and gives you your swordfish skewer. The all-you-can-eat bar is set up to go at the main bar itself for both you and for Val. There are different meats and seafoods are available on one side, and the vegetables and fruits are on the other side.
Nice.
So you both can get up and get as much of those as you like.
Yeah. We're going to start somewhat reserved. We'll sort of take a sort of a kind of a one of everything sort of across the across sort of the mix, just to sort of get a feel for it. You said it's sort of all you can eat stuff, so it is a case of like you go up, you get your skewer. If you finish your skewer, you go get another one, right?
Yep. Basically a buffet type thing.
Oh, fantastic! That's what we're gonna go ahead and do then. Sort of occasionally, sort of very playfully, sort of once you sort of get a feel for just how sharp the skewer is, sort of ever so slightly, instead of just like taking it and sort of like either skewering it when it's on the platter and then taking it off and then sort of picking it up, sort of very gently skewering it enough to sort of flick it up and then straight into to skewer it again, just for the fun side of things again. And then sort of once it's on like a little bit further, we sort of pull it all the way back down. Uh-oh. I hear typing and clattering, and that's us. Oh.
Yeah, I'm getting a little trouble hearing you. There's been a distortion in the sound.
Okay, let's see if there is anything that's gonna happen. Here we might have a connection thing. Hopefully, it's going okay. Any better?
Yes.
Okay, that works then. That should work.
Dare I ask what you're doing?
It's science, long stuff, thoughts. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot.
Gotcha.
It's
Gotcha.
It's a whole process. Don't worry about it. It's fine. I'm fine. Ish.
So as you return to your table with the meats on your plate, Duke and Chancellor definitely perk up with interest. Val gets up and goes and gets the vegetables and fruit options from the bar. It's like Duke and Chancellor are like kind of being sneaky, but not really. They're kind of like hanging out the edge of the table, sort of sniffing his little heads. Like,
what sort of meats are on the were there at the buffet that are on the skewer?
It's a lot of different seafoods. You know, you've got like your tunas, your shrimps, your salmons.
Yeah. We'll go ahead and we tear a little bit of tuna off, and sort of a reasonable little chunk and things, and we sort of split it in two, and we just sort of not flick it towards them, but just sort of let it waft towards the middle of the table while we eat. Yeah. It's sort of very nonchalantly, like, and the reason just put it in, like, we would put it, like, flick it over the shoulder and things so that they can go and get it, but at the same time, if they're in the middle of the table, we can see them.
This is a fair point.
Yeah.
Duke grabs that piece, the initial piece immediately, and then Chancellor just kind of casually grabs the second one a moment later.
When Val comes back, I say, so they are all right to tuna, right?
Yes, they can have some fish.
Oh, good. Just sort of checking that, because there's a sudden realization, don't actually know if they should eat that, because the last time it was sort of meat, it was meat produce from the butcher's scrap, so you know, I don't know if they were just trying to play with the fish or eat it because they didn't know what it was, so just double checking. But yeah, we go ahead and sort of chow on through that, sampling each of the pieces while they're on the swordfish skewer.
Nice. The waitress comes by and hands each of you your pouches of currant. You can see the swirling inside of these seed pods, and it's pretty innovative. It's got like this little opening on the top that you just drink from. I don't want to call it a balloon, but it is sort of like a balloon.
Interesting. You sort of hold it in one hand, sort of turning it over, sort of admiring it, but also as well, it's partly like, so just from the top, or the sort of looking at this thing, like, and occasionally sort of trying to very surreptitiously look at anyone else, see if anyone else is drinking, because we want to know how they're drinking.
So when you look around the tavern, you actually see that there is another human around. And he is wearing a big leather like trench coat and has a very fancy hat, like almost as fancy as yours, with like a old wet feather just kind of drifting along in the current. And he's got one of those aquox breathers around his neck, and he's drinking his beverage from the top of the pouch. And he's got like long red hair and a scruffy red beard. And he seems very at home in this place.
You sort of casually glance at that, and then just sort of back to sort of raise it in almost a cheers thing, to then sort of drink from the top, sort of pursing our lips to it whilst trying to be like, so just sort of like put that in the mouth because we don't want to get the seawater kind of thing. We just sort of almost like sort of put it right up to our mouth and then just sort of try and squirt it into the mouth kind of thing.
So it's kind of like a Capri Sun pouch without the straw. And the opening is a little like closer to the actual top of the bag.
Okay, give us
I
one
want to
moment.
compare it to like an MRE drink pouch, honestly.
Give us a sec just to search through your internet systems. Capri Sun. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay, no, we understand what that is. Okay, yes, that works. Okay. So yeah, we will enjoy taking a drink from that.
Yes, as you drink your beverage, you do get a calm feeling as the waves and the motions of the tavern is no longer having as jarring of an effect on you as it did earlier. And
Which
Val
in a-
gets the same feeling too as he drinks his current as well.
Which in and of
At
itself
this
is a
point,
little
you look
jarring from...
outside the port window and you do realize that the tavern is moving quite fast, much faster than you initially expected.
Ooh.
And it's like,
Yeah, no.
oh wow, I didn't even notice that we had left. Holy cow.
Yeah. Ooh.
This ship runs smooth, Val says awkwardly, still not 100% sure how to describe this place.
Well, I mean, for any
It's
moving
like not
cars,
every day you see a castle underwater.
or moving for that matter.
So,
Still,
yes.
Yeah. There is sort of once... It is kind of strange, like there was a slight acclimatizing to the moving that is sort of like there, and then now that's gone, and so it's kind of like whoa, sort of readjusting the readjustment. But so once that's sort of done, it's like... Still though, outside, it's gonna be fun. As I sort of hand out, I think maybe I best hold on to the key so you have two hands available for these two. Sort of gesturing to what I now assume is the two ferrets who have now probably finished the food and just sort of probably looking for more. And by that I mean probably
yes.
just trying to be on the underside of my my skewer.
They are definitely... have you seen how like some pets will like coyly stare at their owners when they have food and they want it?
No, but
okay, I'll have to
that
show you
concept.
later. I know you're not used to our human customs and like how our companion animals are with us, but it is quite a pathetic look on their faces that they get when they want something that we have, and that is indeed the faces that you are getting from Duke and Chancellor as you continue eating. It is a very like dopey, sad look, as if they are like, if they could talk, they would be saying please, because they want more of your food.
Don't ask me, ask him. And sort of gesture to Val.
Yes, Val has nothing but veg and fruit on his plate, and they're not particularly interested in those things.
Oh no, I didn't mean in regards to like asking him for food. I mean asking if he can have some more food.
They can have some more food. I'm sure they're burning as many calories as we are swimming around.
Alright, give me a sec. This is just sort of take like one last sort of bite off of the end of it and things, sort of get back up and go ahead and grab another piece of tuna and things, sort of put that very much on the end of the things, and then come back to the table and things and just sort of lay it out and things for them to go ahead and go to town on, as it were. Sort of putting it on putting it on like a coaster for them.
Yes, the Chancellor flattens himself on the table as much as he can without floating, as if he's like trying to stalk this piece of meat that's clearly already dead and not going anywhere, before he then pounces on it and takes a good chunk of a bite out of it.
Fair enough.
Chancellor's calming down a little bit more and is more inclined to eat it actually casually.
Interesting. So how'd you come across these two then? They don't seem like your kind of pet, to be honest. What with the whole sort of gesturing to his plate.
These two were abandoned by their last owner, actually.
That's unfortunate to hear.
Yeah.
How long you had them then?
Let me think. He points at Duke and starts like counting on his fingers. Okay, 4 years, and then points at Chancellor. 3.
Huh.
Yeah, I got Duke first, and then I got Chancellor a little bit afterwards. For some foolish reason, I keep seeing these critters like this wandering around the woods, clearly not belonging there, and obviously just not handling being in the wild by themselves. So I took them in so they wouldn't die out in the wilderness because, well, I mean, look at them. These aren't wild animals. These are pets.
Yeah, as you're saying that, I'm assuming there's just sort of almost like a tugging, gnawing sound as one of them's trying to pull as much as they can off of this tuna, as almost trying to pull the entire thing away. They just sort of go ahead and sort of hold a bit of the tuna and just sort of pull it ever so slightly so they can get a chunk off. Oh yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, no, these two wouldn't handle being out in the wild by themselves more than a few days.
I agree there. And just sort of trying to think, like, again, like, every bit of conversation that comes up, like, everything is the thoughts that's going through Swiftwiff is a case of it's like, so you're out in the forest, you're out patrolling, mentioning that, you work with a lot of things, so try and just see what I can feel out from other conversations in regards to piecing together the kind of work you actually do. Well, Val does, I should say. Look, we're curious, and you're obviously not going to tell us, so we have to use whatever way we can to get as much information. It's all relevant.
Fair.
It is all relevant and potentially useful. Of course, I'm saying that to you, the DM, so Val doesn't know that that's what I'm saying. So when I now ask, so which forest was that then? There will be no suspicious thoughts. Because that, as we've come to understand, is known as metagaming, and that is very much a no-no.
Oh, goodness. So, Val has to think about this question for a moment. I'm trying to remember. I found them in different places, and neither of them where I lived. What was that spot called? Damn it. It's like awkwardly trying to think to himself. I was like, found Duke, like it was the middle of winter, it was covered in snow, he stuck out like a sore thumb. It was a wooded area. God, we're literally gonna travel past it. I'll tell you when we go by there. I just can't remember the name for the life of me.
No worries then. No worries then. And we can tell that was just
Chancellor. Chancellor was actually found in this. He was in a city that I was going through, and that was 3 years ago. It was it spring? Was it summer? Just trying to
name
think.
For a city? Never heard
No,
of
those
city
aren't the
spring.
names. Those are just the seasons.
City name?
Oh, it was a really seedy place.
Name me a city that isn't seedy.
Most of them aren't.
Yeah. Only if you go with your eyes closed.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I definitely don't remember that one at all. I don't know if we're gonna go near it or not.
Fair enough. Stodo, how's the food?
Oh, it's good. The fruit and veg here are better than I thought they would be. I figured they'd be too salty.
Yeah. I gotta say, this food absolutely stunning. Can definitely see why it's this expensive. It sort of takes another large sort of bite out of the skewer and things. Yep. Still, don't want to eat too much and things. After all, we've got whatever the hell this seahorse thing is tomorrow.
I guess riding lessons?
Yeah.
I'm still not quite sure how that's going to work, but I guess we'll see.
I mean, even given my grand stature, I wouldn't have thought there'd be much option for that, given their situation. But hey, at the very least, it'll be an experience worth seeing. Just sort of marvels around the room and things, sort of eyeing back across at the sort of the large chamber into the middle, and sort of drifting back to the other guy who is in here, who seems weirdly out of place because they're so comfortable and not out of place being here, if that makes any sense.
Yes.
Yeah. But other than that, it's just sort of was there anything else about the guy? Like, the first time we were more interested in noticing, like, how is he drinking this thing so that we know how to do it so we don't look like an idiot. Just sort of drifting back across, because we are still supposed to be casing the joint a little bit, so we should probably do that.
As you're eating, you see that Duke has grown bored and is starting to try and swim around and scratch at the poor hole that y'all are looking outside of. And it's like, Duke, what are you doing? Stop that.
Yeah, you be careful. I don't think I'm fast enough to swim up for that one. Yeah. At that point, there is just sort of that grim thought of, speaking of, we're supposed to head outside to get to the room? That's gonna be fun.
I don't see any way for us to get to our rooms other than those two portholes that are on the outside of the tower. I think that's how most of this place is set up.
Yeah. There's just sort of thinking like, yeah, though you step off of you step off of the back of a caravan that's being drawn by a horse, and you'll stop and the caravan will keep going. So that's yeah.
I was planning on holding on to the walls, honestly.
Yeah, and how are you holding on to those two?
I'm gonna try and put them in this little pouch here, and they better stay there.
Yeah. He said, "Here, got an idea." As they take sort of, he sort of asked to sort of gesture to give me the pouch and things. Yeah.
Takes it off his head and hands it to you.
Yeah. So is it just like a tube? Like there's no end to it? Like it's not sort of like single-ended, or?
So the way it's set up is that it is completely made of fabric, and it's not completely open all the way around. Like from the shoulder to the hip is the actual area where the ferrets can go, and there's sort of like little folded over flap that they can go into and then slink down into, and then he just stick his hand, pull one out if he needs to.
I see. So there is like, for example, if I were to put some food in there, it wouldn't just slip out like the bottom or anything like that. It's basically just want to try and put some food and stuff in there so that they're at least more incentivized to stay in there for a little bit.
So no, there's only the one opening that is got that little fold over set up.
Yeah, so I sort of gesture and say, mine might keep them at least a little more interested, as I sort of take some scraps of like different bits, some of the salmon, some tuna, any kind of stuff that's sort of there and things, just sort of offer to put that down there and things, because yeah, trying to at least keep them interested, at least in somewhat in that, is probably going to be beneficial. Yeah.
Okay, so Chancellor goes in without much prompting.
Yeah.
Duke, you have to be a little more like, just like, here, you go in here and you just kind of stuff them into the tube.
Fair enough and things. I sort of let the thing go and then sort of hand back the pouch. Said, don't know how long that'll keep him interested, but let's hope it's a while.
Hopefully.
Yeah. Still, though, I guess I gotta go do my job and case the joint and stuff.
It sounds like a plan. Let's go ahead and take these two back to the room.
Yeah, that works for me. Remember, if you need anything, scream like a griffin.
You're never not going to reference that, are you?
Of course not. You have such a lovely screech.
Val just shakes his head and then heads out the porthole.
Yeah. Alright, fair enough. As we sort of try and sort of hop down whilst also not obviously floating, sort of again trying to sort of easily but sort of make our way over to sort of introduce ourselves to the gentleman. Did you mention, like, we said that they were drinking before, but was there anything else that they were doing before we made our way over there?
He was just eating some food in a little secured little seaweed pouch.
I see. Are they still eating right now?
He looks to be almost done with his wrap.
In which case, then we sort of hold back and things, sort of hang around by the bar, get another current and things like that. Just wait until he's finished, and then we'll introduce ourselves, just so that it's not awkward for them, like trying to eat and do it at that point. Because they seem to be the only other person here that, don't know, may as well introduce ourselves. We're gonna be stuck with them for 2 days, so you know. And then once they're done, then we'll go and introduce ourselves to them.
Can we pause for one moment?
Certainly, of course. We are going to go ahead and be right back doing those things. So yes, give us but a moment, and we'll get things sorted. Okay, thank you very much for waiting with us. Hopefully everything is now all sorted and such. And that should bring us back on into things. Hopefully everything was sorted your end.
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, by all means, take us away.
Okay, so the human that you're keeping an eye on is just about finished up with his food.
Yeah,
and
we'll,
you're
go on approach.
waiting at the bar?
Yep,
Okay.
We'll go on approach. We were sort of nursing a current, but go on approach and make introductions as smoothly and easily as we can, given the current. We sort of, salutations, couldn't help notice you from over there. Name's Swift Short Shadow. Goes to take off the hat and bow, as they've done before, but unfortunately this time, as they go and swing their arm down to, like, bring it in front of them, it basically just lifts them off the ground, as they almost do, like, a front somersault sort of situation. The sort of, yes, sorry. Swift Short Shadow, a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Pleased to make your acquaintance too. I am Jake Redbeard. I don't think I've seen you before. What brings you to these parts?
Traveling with a companion here, and obviously it's still getting used to the whole situation, though it doesn't seem like you have much trouble here at all. You a regular?
Oh, I've been here for a very long time. So yes, you could definitely say I'm a regular here.
So what brought you this way then? It's not exactly the run-of-the-mill sort of a place, is it?
Indeed it is not. I am just here to find an old treasure that I once had.
Oh? What was that all about then?
Once upon many years ago, I was a famed pirate. Alas, my ship was dragged to the depths.
Oh, well, my condolences for that. I, apologies for bringing up a sore subject, if it were.
I don't hold it to much soreness anymore. If I can just find the treasure that was dragged along with it, I'll be happy. A ship is just a ship.
Aye. But, so, why here then? Surely, I mean, this place only has one sort of a route from what we know, so we just staring out the window and hoping to see it, or?
I know that my ship was dragged down in the area that this tavern traverses, so every time we make a stop, I dive in, go on a search for my lost ship.
Well, I wish you all the best with that and everything. If you don't mind me asking and things, what was it that went down?
There was a great monster. Just bigger than this castle itself. Must have gone through its home territory, or I don't know exactly why. But clearly we were in the wrong place at exactly the worst time. And this behemoth took offense to our presence and decided to erase us.
And there's no chance it just ate whatever it is that went down?
I'm hoping it didn't.
Aye.
But it's not the edible variety what I'm looking for, so I don't see why the sea creature would eat it.
Well, you mentioned the size and things. Wouldn't exactly be amiss if it... wouldn't exactly notice if it did. Well, we assume, given the size of what you're suggesting. What was it that you're looking for? You said treasure, but obviously treasure can be a variety of things depending on the person.
Just gold, jewels, diamonds, all sorts of things that I plundered over my career.
I get you on that one. So I guess it's a early sort of forced retirement for you, this?
Yes.
Well, as he sort of go to sort of raise what's left in the current that we had, well, I hope that there are bright horizons for you on that one, and wish you the best with it.
Thank you.
Of course. I assume you'll be stopping by tomorrow morning then, back for the old seahorse stuff.
I'm not so interested in seahorses as much. When I do my dives, I do it by myself. But I will be in the theater if you want to spend some time up there. It's just one floor up.
I might take you up on that offer. We'll see how the old seahorse thing goes. Obviously, new experiences. Would be reminiscent of us not to try it. But yeah, if we happen to see you again, then by all means, I'd be happy to hear more of your tale to regale. And with that, we sort of bow again. This time, not swinging the arm wide, but just sort of trying to very slowly sort of tip the head with it at that point.
Yes, he tips his fancy hat to you as well.
Right. Be seeing you, my friend. Don't be a stranger. As we sort of very carefully start looking to try and how to get out of this place. Sort of very much, as we're sort of getting out and things, holding on to whatever it is that we can, because, like I assume, like, you don't notice it as much from inside, but outside you can really kind of tell just how fast everything's moving. Oh boy. That you sort of step out, sort of look at how fast it's going, step back in, go back to the table real quick, grab like a couple of the weights from the thing and just sort of put them in a pocket, sort of look back to the basic stuff. So I will bring these back, don't worry. As you just sort of
do you need help traversing back to your room, sir?
It's more a case, obviously, I'm thinking of this like a horse and cart. You fall off the cart, the horse keeps going, and, well, I'm not exactly, how shall we put this, delicate and graceful in the water.
If you need our guards to escort you back, they can give you a hand if you're not the strongest swimmer.
I would appreciate that if possible.
Oh, yes, so... You see outside of the door the two cuttlefish that greeted you earlier and gave you the Aquox breathers they're ready to give you a hand as they have unblended from the walls, so that way you can see them.
Oh, appreciate this help. And all that. Like I said, don't really want to be a man overboard, underboard. Not really sure how to go with that, but that's better than anything. Still, surprised I didn't notice you there. You have to teach me that one.
One of them gives a chuckle.
Yeah. Appreciate it as we sort of make our way back to the room. Second floor, if I remember correctly. To make our way back there again, sort of knock on the port, make sure that the door's open and everything, and give my thanks and sort of offer a tip to both of those two of a piece of gold, because I got a piece of gold, so I offered them a piece of gold for their services and assistance.
Yep, they gladly accept, and Val opens the porthole for you so you can step inside.
Yep.
Or swim inside.
Yeah, and I sort of get back in. There we go. Ugh. Well, the place seems not too bad. Old guy, some pirate geezer lost his stuff and is off looking for it, so shouldn't be too much of a problem. Marring his sorrows in here. The giant sea beast that took the ship down is interesting, but the less we dwell on that, the better.
Sea beast? What?
I mean, apparently something went and dragged it. Look, don't tempt fate here, okay? Like, you know already how I am with things that are bigger, deadlier, and easily see me as a snack. Let's just assume that there is not any of those things out here, and I'll be fine.
I mean, it's the ocean. I think that's kind of guaranteed.
Not where we're going. And with that, he sort of very much sort of, again, tries to sort of just sit back down and things. Those two stay in the old tube, all right?
Thankfully they did. Well, they're not now. You see them swimming around near the top of the roof of the room.
Still, it shouldn't be too bad. Place has got a couple of them old cuttlefish lot and things going around, so I hope and think that if the worst comes to worst, they'll notice. They gave me a hand back up here, because obviously.
Oh, that's very nice of them.
Well, you know, probably good to keep to make sure the paying customers don't go flying off into the ocean. Well, drifting off. Still though, as they sort of sit back down into the bed and things, plopping the sort of the backpack over across their legs and things, just sort of get this sort of aching sort of need for rest, given just how much sort of the swimming and things, like, it just takes a lot out. And they're sort of like, yep, I'm gonna sleep good tonight. Hopefully. Yeah. And again, sort of goes back to check, like, the handiwork of, like, just the little stuff they stuck to make sure the thing stays open. It's sort of wedged in there, sort of like almost like a stick thing that's like wedged between it and the floor and propped right up against part of the upward clam. Yep, it sort of gives it a sort of a shake and things. Like, yep, that'll hold. Yeah, well, I'm gonna get some shut-eye. It was 10, wasn't it, that we said for that other place?
Mm-hmm.
Well, don't know how we're gonna see sun up. Maybe we'll see sun up. That's gonna be fun. I just hope this currents thing stays long enough. Get a good night's sleep. At least that is the plan. We assume it is late evening, you know?
It is. It is indeed late evening. You probably didn't see a lot of people in the bar area because a lot of them were already, like, getting ready to settle down for the night.
This works for me then. Works for me. we go ahead and just sort of... surprisingly, even though the weight of the backpack is on our legs and things, because of the bed, it kind of cushions it nicely, so it feels almost like a blanket on top anyway. So there's not any, like, pain or anything. This is where, in the middle of the night, pitch blackness, you feel a tugging and a gnawing. Your boots are pulling. Open your eyes, flashing. There's nothing around. A tendril. No, it's just Duke and Chancellor.
Just trying to steal your shoelaces again.
And just go back to bed. Lest we imagine some great creature. Some great creature come along. Don't. You know we've been playing Subnautica. Don't.
I mean...
We've had enough issues with Leviathans already. And I don't have a mechanized prawn suit.
Okay.
Oh.
We'll keep the Leviathan out of it, then.
Oh, that implies that there was a Leviathan. That's okay. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. We jest. Or maybe we don't. Yes.
So Val finds the hammock to be quite comfortable and settles there for the night. He tries to get Duke and Chancellor to also come to the hammock and stay with him, but to no avail. They are having the time of their lives.
Mm-hmm. Good for them.
Yes, but they do eventually drift off to sleep in a corner on one of the wooden boards that are supporting the ceiling.
Yeah. Figured they'd end up somewhere up that high. Yeah. It's almost like inverted. They're almost lying on the ceiling as the floor. Like we said, hopefully this is a nice, peaceful night's sleep where no interruptions occur.
Yes. So you go to sleep, and it is indeed very restful. The sound of the water outside of the tavern does sound like one of those white noise machines, so it is quite relaxing.
Interesting.
Where it's just water like constantly flowing against the whole place. So
True.
it sounds like you're underwater, and it is a very relaxing thing. And the surface is calm and peaceful, so it's literally just the forward momentum that you can hear.
So we I know we said we were submerged and things. Like, are we sort of like at this like almost like just below the surface, or quite deep, or?
So you can still see sunlight from your room, but the tavern has gone deeper from where you initially stopped.
Right.
But it's not deep.
Ah, good to know then. So,
Although it is possible to go very deep. You are in like open ocean type area at this point.
Yeah. How far? So we can't see below us, like there's no like bottom.
Not that you can see.
Great. Yeah. As we sort of get up and things, look up, sort of do look to try and survey the surroundings, sort of look down and things, and we're like, just sort of keep our eyes affixed to the quote horizon, sort of this underwater horizon, if not just a slightly upwards. Of a situation and things, trying to keep an eye on. Like, the first thing he does obviously is try and keep an eye on where the two ferrets are, just to make sure that if we do leave, then they're not gonna as they had a affinity to want to do yesterday, it seems. But yeah, and then we'll do we know, like, obviously we said that the thing was at like 10. Do we have like it's currently this time right now, or?
So, Val does have a watch that keeps working underwater that he can use to tell the time. He can't set an alarm to it though.
Alright.
But he does know what time it is at any given moment.
I'll go ahead and try and have a look at that. Which arm is it on? It'd be left arm, we assume, or left wrist.
It's not on either of his arms. It's a pocket watch.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Have we seen Val use it before?
Yes.
We would like to go ahead and just try and get a look at it, just to click it open to have a look at what the time is.
Okay.
Without disturbing him.
Alright, I'm gonna need you to roll stealth then. So you don't wake him up. Yeah,
Or
stealth.
straight stealth, or that be sleight of hand, or...
Let's go ahead and make it,
No, you know what? I forgot. Yeah, stealth. No, stealth works fine, because I... No, it's fine either way. I forgot that
I was trying to be nice.
I know you were, because I forgot that my stealth is with expertise, not sleight of hand. I'll let you decide. You decide. As the dungeon master, it would be rude of me to
You can do
assume.
stealth.
Okay. That's you plus 8. Oh, God. That's a 10.
So you do manage to pull the pocket watch out of the front pocket of his waistcoat, but he does shuffle a little bit as you do that, but it doesn't wake up.
Alright, I'm just gonna take a look at the time then.
So the current time is about 8:30 in the morning.
Alright then. That works for us and things. We're gonna go ahead and try and now do the same thing and just put it back. Just gotta put it back and things, and then make our way out to try and grab some breakfast.
Okay. So yeah, you're just barely able to put the pocket watch back into his pockets. He's kind of rolled over to where that pocket was.
Oh, good. Yeah, that'd be fine. And then we're gonna sort of step out again. We sort of very carefully sort of like make sure Duke and Chandler aren't anywhere near. Open the door, step out, cling to it, and then sort of try and excuse me, can I get some assist? You know. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. See, this is why we tipped them the gold. It's because now they're going to be nice to us. Yes. When tipping is not mandatory, it becomes something that can be seen as a very generous thing to do and make people like you more, especially in the waitstaff. And that is why tipping should not be mandatory.
Fair enough.
At least that is what we have come to understand the benefits of. But yes, that is, as we go ahead and just sort of make our way back into the, sort of the main bar and restaurantish area.
Oh, yes. As you go in, you can see the human pirate is still there. There's a few merfolk also having breakfast, having a nice early start to their day. And a couple of cuttlefish folks as well.
Interesting then. We'll go ahead and take a seat wherever is available and things, and then have a look at the menu to check what sort of stuff there would be for this.
So the breakfast menu is the same as the dinner lunch menu.
Gotcha. So we'd be looking. What were the ones at the top again? We don't remember.
So you look back on the menu. The appetizers are the seaweed leaf wraps, the clamshell concoctions, and the algae pudding.
We'll go ahead and take the clamshell concoctions.
Okay.
What was the cost of that one again?
That is 1 silver piece.
Okay then. So that is 18 silver and 18 gold and 9. silver pieces we have. Just trying to mark off the currency, because that is eventually something that we should be taking care of. Yes, got that all sorted and squared away. So yes, go ahead and grab that. And, how long do the effects of the current last?
There's no time listed.
Okay. Are we still under the effects of the current?
Yes.
Okay, then that's fine. So we'd otherwise order one of that. Yeah, as we are eyeing the abyss, the drink abyss, but looking at what we were planning to do today, blackout, drunk, horse riding, nah. Maybe this evening, once the day is done.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah, we kind of formulated in our head a little bit. Just a little plan. Just a little one. Obviously, we can't afford to get too blackout drunk, given our employment currently, but, you know. Maybe we split the difference. Yeah, that was the plan and things, and then it was about, we sort of ask again sort of where the event was happening at 10 o'clock today, because it was happening, but where it was that it was happening.
So I'm guessing you're asking Seth this.
Yes.
So Seth takes a look at his little leaflet. He's like, let's see, where are they hosting this time? It's like, there's a thing. It should be on that wall over there. He points to a smooth wall that has a bunch of scrawlings on it. Mm-hmm. And it's like, I don't have it written down here this time. And you can see on the wall these seahorse riding lessons written in pink.
And where does it? What other information is sort of? Well, thank you. So make our way over to that and have a look at that and have a read of what's on there.
So it says seahorse riding lessons. Ever wanted to learn how to travel the oceans on seahorseback? We have a bunch of newly broken sea cults need to see how they handle for novices. Come check out for a free lesson. And if the word survive is scratched out, but you can tell it says survive. Enjoy the experience as a thank you. We'll let you take our seahorses for a day's excursion during your stay. Ask Polyp or Plankton at the bar.
All right then. We will.
And then, as you were reading this, you could see that the two merfolk sitting back there are leaning in and saying, "Are you interested in the lessons today?"
We may very well be. At the very least, curious to know exactly how this all goes about. Seahorses, not something we're particularly common with, but thought they were only about this sort of size. Again, sort of gesturing to the what humans would consider 5 to 10 inches, but is in fact about 2.5 inches at most.
Oh, they are much bigger than that. Greetings, I am Polyp. And the first one swims up to you to shake your hand. And the other one says, my name is Plankton. And we are the teachers for the seahorse riding lessons. We're just grabbing some breakfast before I start.
As we very eagerly shake their hands. Well, it is certainly a pleasure to meet you. Swift with Short Shadow at your service. And this time, as we do the bring the hat down and do it this time, knowing that it's going to switch that way, we try and sort of turn it into like a little tuck and thing so we can like roll fully to leave it as like an actual flare finish rather than just unintentionally done.
Yes, we will be meeting behind the tavern when it stops, so that way we don't need to worry about keeping up with it while teaching any students who come by. So you're interested, and the person you're traveling with is interested too?
Sort of Swiftwick pauses for a moment. Just to that said, they may very well be. It will be something for them to decide. At the very least, they up to them. I can at least let them know where it is at that point. Because there's a slight twinge in the back of his head, like, how did you know we were staying with someone? Like, again, it's that little flare in the back of the head. Just someone's got information. I don't know where they got it from. I didn't tell them that. It's a slightly ugly. It's a slightly ugly trait that he has to assume the absolute, to assume malice in something, but it has served him well enough to be able to stay alive. But it is.
Seth told us that you were the one scratching out our window earlier by mistake. He explained that it's you two are had to stay together in the same room. We apologize. We weren't snooping. No. In fact, it was the we were wondering if you were snooping on us.
Oh no, of course not. Apologies on that one and things. Glad it didn't cause you too much distress. All good, of course. All good, of course. But yeah, I will leave you to your meals. I hope to see you a little later.
Excellent. We will see you then.
All right then. And you said that there was. So we've got Polyp and Plankton, the two in yellow and green. We've got Captain Red over there.
Jake Redbeard.
Jake Redbeard. We've got Seth the Staff, and the other two with the grey, with the pink and purple are.
They are two sea creatures. They are fully cloaked. They seem to have like clamshell helmets, and they seem to be sticking together and keeping more or less to themselves.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and we were about to sort of head. Like, we come back from Polyp and things, and as we sort of turn around and things, we were originally going to head towards the door and things, to head back, but we sort of see them and things, and we're like, Shifty Shadow, let's go introduce ourselves, just to, again, do our job that we're paid here to do, so we'll go ahead and make introductions. However it is that is done.
Okay. Yes, neither of them seem to be, like, particularly interested in your presence. They seem engrossed with talking to each other. You can hear a more masculine voice and a more feminine voice between each of them.
We sort of, we try and fish for one of the business card things that we had, that everything. We sort of go to grab them, and it's just mush. they're all mush. It's like, I should pay for the lamination. And then we just sort of tip the hat, leaving it less flamboyant and things. It says, name Swift with Short Shadow. Don't be a stranger. And we'll leave it at that with them.
Oh. And then the more orangish one looks at you with surprise, but then smiles and nods her head. And the other one is also surprised, but a little bit more nervous and pensive before also being like, Yeah,
and then we'll go ahead and head back to the room to freshen up, as it were.
Alrighty. Do you need help this time?
Yes, going to need help. Across every way, there and back, we're going to need assistance. And then again, same idea. Knock at the port. See if this a little bit to A, see if Val is up, and B, to actually get Val to check on where the other two are.
So Val opens the porthole. You can see Duke swimming around in the room. Chancellor is still asleep in the high beams.
Morning, Val. Oh, but didn't wake you.
Morning. Where's the washroom in this place? I haven't asked that.
I think it's over the other side.
Oh, goody.
Down, just head out to the bar, and then it should be on the right if you're coming in. Yeah.
No. Wait, as in like in the main room? Is it in a tower, or what? What do you mean?
It was a tower when we went out that way. You can't miss it. Worst comes to worst, just ask Seth.
Fair enough.
You know me, I ain't great with
So
directions.
Val grabs a few toiletries to head out to wash up.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point in things, we're the one trying to keep an eye on the Chancellor and Duke and things, and we're just sort of relaxing and things, trying to keep an eye on the time, as best as we can guess what the time is, while sort of waiting for to see when the sort of ship stops down, or would it be a submarine, a ship, a castle, whatever it is, stops moving, because it's a rough idea. Everyone will know when the Plank and Polyp are going to be doing their lessons.
Yes. As you're waiting in the room, you hear a rumble, and you can feel the castle shake a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And it sounds like thousands of bubbles are popping all at once.
There is a minor surge of panic as we do dash to the window to see what the fuck is going on. Well,
So when
it's less a dash and more a case of we sort of springboard off the wall. Sort of springboard as fast as we can to get there.
So when you look to the window, you do see that it is actually thousands of bubbles coming from that large center pillar.
Mm-hmm.
And as those bubbles leave the top of the castle, you could feel it sink a little bit further down, and the engines are powering down a bit as well.
Oof. Alright. Okay. Yep, no, we're good. We're good. Again, just try to check, see whether or not Duke and Chancellor are alright.
Ah, yes. Duke is trying to get inside of your bag, and Chancellor is finally awake.
Yeah. They just sort of go to try and grab, like, how far into the bag is he?
You can still see his back leg sticking out as he's like, you can sort of hear like a scrape. He's trying to dig into those specific compartments.
Can we just sort of try and like take him from like the legs and the tail and just sort of try and like slowly like pull him out from there?
Yes.
Okay.
Then you hear a very loud duking noise as you could see like one of your shirts is in his mouth. He's just holding onto it.
Fine. You just go ahead and sort of not toss him, but sort of a gentle sort of a push. Because of the floating and things, it's sort of a gentle push with the shirt.
So he just lets himself float backwards a little bit, duking as he floats through the water. And then he just swims away with the shirt still in his mouth. And tries to go underneath your bed with it.
Just sort of sigh softly and things, and then I would leave, but obviously trying to stay with those two because Val's never let me hear the fucking end of it.
You left them alone in the room. You can't do that. They're precious to me. They're important. How could you do that?
So you just basically have to sit and wait for Val to come back.
Oh my goodness. It's like, what makes you think Val would react like that?
It's Val, and they're precious to him, so yeah. Besides, don't piss off the person who pays you.
That's fair. So a little bit later, you see Val like checking the door to make sure that the ferrets aren't too close by, so he can come back in.
Yeah, we go ahead and open the door when they are to do so.
And it's like, oh my god, that is a really cool washroom. I was not expecting that.
Yeah.
Like, I wasn't sure how the bathroom things would work here, but it works. It's a lot of, there's a lot of those little, what are those fish called? They have like the little suckers and they hang out on like the seafloor, and there's just a bunch of them like on the mirrors and stuff, and it keeps stuff like clean, and it's a system, I'll give it that.
Oh, it certainly is. It certainly is. Yeah. When Swiftwiff said that they went in there earlier to freshen up and things, they went in there, saw that, and were like, you know, I'm just gonna go ahead and splash some water on my face, and I'm gonna call it at that.
You're
dire situation.
underwater.
Yeah, that's part of the joke. That was part of the joke. So yeah.
Oh my goodness.
And then just kind of leaves. Because thankfully the distance between the two ports there is basically just like one quick bound. So there wasn't any need for any assistance on that one. But now that the ship's stopped and everything, we're gonna go ahead and make our way to where Plank and Polyp said that we should go, whilst also letting Val know, like, round the backs where they said we should head to. It's gonna be interesting on that one. Yeah. As you sort of come out from the room and things, considering it stopped, I sort of give sort of a hearty, slightly louder voice and think I should be all right this time, but thank you.
All right, so as you head to the back, you see the two merfolk that you met earlier, and very, very, very large seahorses. Like, they're big enough for, like, even a Goliath to ride, some of them. And it's like, we're referred to as colts on that board, but they are massive, so much bigger than the 2 inches that you were gesturing earlier.
I assume that's about twice the size of me.
Oh, yes.
Oh boy, sort of look at them, sort of assume that there's like a couple there and they're riding those, and aye. Sort of try to get their attention. So you two got yours sorted?
Yeah.
Where are your colts for us?
Hello, welcome to the lessons. We're just gonna wait a few more minutes to see if a couple more folks show up. Much bigger than what you were thinking, aren't they?
Yeah, definitely. You said these are the colts then? Oh, can't imagine how big
yes,
they
they
when
can
they're
get bigger
grown.
than this.
Oh boy. Vegetarian, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah, of course.
You know, maybe some krill here and there, but mostly seaweeds and kelps.
Yeah, well, that'll work and things. There's a slightly nervous-ish laugh from the talk and things, but it's all generally in good spirit. And then it's just sort of small talk conversation. So how'd you come across these lot then?
So every year we transport seahorses across the sea for general use, farming, travel, all the same things that you land folks will use regular horses for.
Ah, gotcha.
Let's see. Let's hear this about you. And so Plankton is looking at each of the seahorses and trying to gauge which one would be the best one for you to try and ride first.
Yeah.
Let's see. Got you here. And then you've got maybe you. How are you feeling today? Gives that seahorse pet, shakes his head. And it's like, alrighty then. And moves on to the next one. It's like, what about you?
At this point, I just, again, sort of, just keeping the conversation light, like, how'd you get into the business? It's been effective? You enjoy it? How come you're doing this side of things as well on that? Little light-hearted stuff.
Oh, their work is most enjoyable. We love working with these animals very much. You should see Dolores, so she usually has, like, a whole manor of pets. Might have to bring her dolphins by soon, but...
Oh, wouldn't mind seeing that. Shame on the timing on it, but if we're around, I'll be sure to look into that if it happens. So you do this stuff regularly then with the colts?
Every year.
Good. Fair enough. You get many people come in for it?
Oh. Plankton sort of thinks in his mind as like, let's see, it's usually about 20 or so folks a year. Not as many surface dwellers, though. We'll see how these little guys react to y'all.
Yeah, I can
So,
imagine it.
so a couple of them are just flat out staring at you, like with not like playfully messing around like the others are with plankton, but they're like just staring, unblinking.
Just 1,000-yard stare. So, yeah. Definitely herbivores, right?
Yes. Definitely
Okay,
herbivores.
okay. And, just, I know you meant, to enjoy, but survive? Crossed out? No dangerous?
Oh, no. These creatures are perfectly safe. They are broken in. They're just young little fellers, and they'll be, maybe possibly feisty, but they should be fine.
Okay, let's see, what's it under? Where is it? If a deceit, when you make an insight check to determine when a creature is lying, treat a roll of 7 or lower on the D20 as an 8. I would like to insight check that, please.
Okay.
That is a wisdom plus 1. That is a 14.
Alright, so you can definitely tell that while he's not necessarily lying about them being broken in, like necessarily being good for handling, especially by unexperienced people, he's not quite being honest about. Like, you are getting the impression that you're being used a little bit as a guinea pig for this.
Alright. Fair on that one. It's sort of again start trying to ask now starting to ask like some generalized tips. So you got any like advice for like doing this stuff? Like how exactly would one go about riding a seahorse, as it were?
Well, they're already set up for riding. They've got their reins. All you have to do is just hop on. So he gestures you over to one of the seahorses. He brings him over. It's like,
yeah,
there you go. Give this little fella a try.
It's very sort of hesitant there. I'll less sort of hop on at that point and just sort of stand beside it and try and gauge its reaction to my existence and presence before it.
Roll animal handling.
Ah, fuck. What's our animal handling? Our animal handling is a 1. It's a plus 1. Thank you, wisdom. Give me a roll that is as good as a 13. That is a natural 20. That is a very yes. Okay.
Okay. So you get on the seahorse, and the seahorse is as chill as can be. And while initially there's a little bit of a confused neigh-ish sound from them, they're not scared of you. They're just a little like, what? There's a person? Oh, okay, there's a person on me. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why we didn't immediately get on. We were like, let's let you sort of get used to our existence, and then we'll get on you. And that's what happens. See, that is why we do that. Because it gets us natural 20s.
Paul just has a look of absolute shock on her face, and Plankton is like, "Yeah, no, this is going great."
It's just yeah, easy, yeah. See, no worries, it's all good. Yeah. This okay. Now what?
All right. So go ahead and see if you can get this little fellow to move forward for you.
Okay, it's just sort of looks at it, sort of tries to sort of lean forward, and so, do you wanna go that way, or? It's sort of more
so
talking.
as you lean forward to kind of do the general
Talking
that you would do to get the horse to move forward, there's a little bit of stiffness, and then suddenly the seahorse starts to panic a bit.
Hey, you wanna go? Whoa, hey, whoa. Sort of jarring back, sort of gripping the rein really tightly in one hand. So, okay. It's alright.
Go ahead and roll athletics.
Oh, my athletics! Our athletics is a minus 1. Oh no. 15!
Okay. So you just barely managed to hold on as the seahorse is just like not seriously trying to throw you off, but not like 100% okay with you like trying to do any controlling movements with them. And seahorse takes a moment to relax again.
It's just sort of as it's going. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to go that way. It's okay. Okay. This is sort of this rocking back and forth. At this point, it's less trying to hold the position and just hold whatever position, hold like a normal position that was started, and just hold whatever position I can to keep balance. See, why couldn't it have been acrobatics? That's a +6. That would have been a 21. Nah, it's all fine. It's all fine. Yeah, at this point now,
okay.
At this point now, the first thought that goes into mind is, I can see why it said survive. Do you know the funny thing? That is the only negative on the entire skills list. The one. The only motherfucking one.
Oh my goodness. So as the seahorse is now completely, well, not completely, but like mostly calmed down enough that they're listening to you and like actually responding to like your movements. That's where Plankton like comes in and is like, okay, so this is how you get them to turn left, and then carefully gestures the seahorse to turn left. And while there's a little bit of a shuffle, there's not as much like frantic like panic.
Yeah, and like every time we do sort of the motions. Every time we sort of do the motions as well, it is sort of accompanied by do you think about going left? Yeah, want to try left, and sort of then it's very tentatively doing it before it gets a little stronger on the on the reins, as it were.
It's like, okay, and then this is how you turn right. So
right. Hey.
It helps you turn to the right.
Right,
right even less buddy? Panic, even more like chillness.
All right, buddy. At this point as well, we're gonna ask: is it Plankton that's with us right now?
Yes.
Yeah. So this one got a name then, or is that, I just want to call this one fella or not?
This one does not have a name yet. We just got these little seahorses. We have not had a chance to name them.
Interesting. Chat, if you want to suggest any names, by all means. Let it be considered divine spontaneity. Give me a name. We're not good with names, so by all means, if you happen to think of anything, feel free to suggest it. And roll persuasion. Don't worry, it's an auto success. But yes, well, fair enough. Gotcha. Ooh, sort of almost loses balance a bit there. Sort of went to lean back a little bit, almost went a little too far, and then sort of okay, slightly forward on this. Yeah, no, not too bad. Was the seahorse male or female as well?
This one is male.
All right then, there you go, chat. I'll need a male seahorse name. Thank you. That'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. But yeah, we just sort of try and keep sort of getting used to this sort of feel, letting them sort of go at their own pace, but every so often just giving a little nudge for the turning and stuff. Yeah, not so bad, is it? You're all right, bud. You're all right. There you go. Yeah. Look at that. I knew I was thinking this was going to be more dangerous.
Oh, I have not seen a surface dweller do so well with these seahorses. I'm very impressed.
Well, can't say I've been much one for riding the horses, but, you know, just treat them like I would anyone else. Give them the chance to get used to it. At least that's sort of what I'm going with here. And that'll, and yeah. Uh-oh. Oh no. Is that a good
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Oh.
And so after you spend a bit on the horse, I assume you're going to. Are you going to do more horse riding, or are you going to get off, or what's your plan?
We'll sort of, once that one's in and things, we'll sort of offer. So, is there anyone else sort of here and around, or?
Oh, I don't see anybody else here for today. I think that's just you.
Well, fair play. We got one, so guess we'll offer to help with the other and things. At this point, there's a quick thought of where is Val right now, but yeah, we'll just offer a little thing. It said, give me a second, things just to check on my old friend. But other than that, sure, I'll be more than happy to help if you want it.
Oh yes, as you're saying that, Val is swimming up towards you. And he's like, oh, I could see that from the back of the room. That was quite funny. You just can't help but laugh.
Yeah, sure. I'd like to see you do better.
Okay. So Val approaches the seahorse.
Get a natural one. Do it. Do it.
You would.
What is that supposed to mean? We just want it to flow best with the story. Damn.
So yeah, he approaches the seahorse, and the seahorse is pretty chill with him. And he hops on, and the seahorse also has a moment of confusion, but not anything akin to panic. Well, it's not initially.
Yeah.
Paul opens up as like, you need help like guiding this horse? It's like, I mean, sure. It's like, I can't be that much different from land horses, is it?
So don't look at me, I wouldn't know.
And she's like, well, I understand that you have these stirrups on the surface, but you don't have that with the seahorses, so you can't really use that as much for guiding them left or right. So you have to more or less do this. And she like gestures like how the harness is set up on their head, so that way it helps them moving left or right. And of course, once that happens, of course, this seahorse also goes into a little bit of a panic moment. So it's like, whoa, calm, horsey, calm down.
And let's see how badly you roll on your athletics. Flung off, twirling into the endless abyss.
Oh my goodness.
At this point in things, I'm just...
yeah, he holds on just fine.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa, calm down, horsey. Calm down.
At this point now, I've sort of dismounted and things, and are just sort of standing next to currently unnamed seahorse and things, just sort of letting them get more used to presence of me and existing, and generally just trying to let them get more comfortable.
Okay. And then as she's teaching you to go right, the horse still hasn't fully calmed down.
Mm-hmm.
So Val gets to roll some more strength checks.
Yay! Oh, fuck off!
He holds on great.
Fuck off!
Like, no, chill. And then finally the seahorse, realizing that this thing is A, not hurting it, and B, not going anywhere, finally starts to calm down. Yeah. It's like, calm down, horsey. Calm down. You're good.
Wait, let me get this straight. You have an 18 in animal. You have a +8 to animal handling and a +5 to strength.
I have +5 to athletics, not strength.
Ooh.
Well, okay, I also have it to strength, but that's beside the point.
Yeah. All right then. Okay. We're making note of that. In character reference, it's making note of just how easily and effectively he holds on at that point. Like, when we were doing it, it was very much like white knuckle holding on for as much as we could. Didn't seem like that at all for you. And that's how I'm going to choose that. See, this is how you turn metagaming into not metagaming. You give it a reason to learn this stuff. As we, sort of, again, just keeping that. Oh, that is a 3. Is that bad?
No.
Damn. What does it? What does it mean?
And so Val comes back over. The seahorse. He is like, oh yeah, no, that was pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure for some.
So the two of them are talking to each other, and so this guy was like, you know what, that was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie, and he gives you, he has something on his hand outstretched, gets your hand, puts it there, and you get 7 gold pieces, and then Paula hands Val 3 gold pieces, just because.
Oh, yo!
That's what that was for.
That's great. I said, oh, well, thank you. I mean, didn't do this for the services, but I'm not gonna say no if you're offered. Yeah.
Yes. Well, I'd say that your performance was quite wonderful to watch. Let's put it that way.
Well,
He's trying to stifle a laugh to himself.
Well, I'm glad we can be of.
Paul's like, you just did a good job. Like, maybe my husband wasn't as impressed, but I still think you did great. And she said to Val.
No worries about it. No worries. See, Val? Look at that. I was more entertaining.
Val just shakes his head and doesn't say the comment he wants to say.
Insight check. I want to know what it is.
Go ahead.
I will read
Go ahead,
your
roll
face.
For it.
Oh, it's not eye for detail. Damn. It's not eye for detail, so it's just a +1. 15. What is the rough idea of the thing he was going to say?
Yeah, no, he can't fucking hide it from his face. So it's like, yeah, that's because you were worse. That's because you suck.
Yeah.
It's like you're funnier because you're terrible. This is basically just stopping short of actively saying that. It's just all over his face, so he does not lie very well.
Nope. It's just there, like, yeah. Well, you don't have the training for it. So sort of do that as a slight wink, as to say that as a thing. But no worries, no worries. I think though, not to press my beginner's luck too much and things. Like I said, I'd love to help with any more, but I don't know if that would be the best for things. You two seem to have a handle on this as well, but there was one other thing that was mentioned, something about day excursion stuff.
Are you talking about Jack looking for his treasures?
Aye, well, there was a mention of something about if you enjoy the experience, then you can keep him for a day excursion. Just curious.
Yes. Since the seahorses have taken a liking to the two of you, you both can hang on to them for the day. Just get them a little more used to riding.
Alright. Well, I'm more than happy to take you up on that offer. We are just fixing up the gold that we have. Back to 25. And 9 silver. Hooray. Yeah, that'll do with that. I mean, sure. I'm more than happy to do so. You're not afraid of being alone in the dark, you're afraid of not being alone in the dark. No, that's not wrong, Lucas, but I mean, technically we're not. We've got our horse friends, which again still need a name, so by all means, if you want to name it, if you feel like you want to name a seahorse, now's the opportunity to throw out the suggestions. Roll higher than a 1 on a d20 and it's probably going to be that.
Yes. So, as you're both outside, you're all in your little group with the lessons. It's a very nice, calm day. Like on the surface, the sun is shining and everything is bright and calm, and you can see all sorts of sea life. And if you want to explore the area on your seahorses, you definitely can.
And I was gonna try and just keep an eye out for old Redbeard more than anything. Was interested to know about him, and hey, what's worse? Seamus. Seamus it is. Seamus is the horse's name. Go on, Seamus. Let's go.
Should you ask chat to name my horsey as well?
What would you, male or female horse?
Female.
Alright, female horse it is. Let's get another name. any name you want. I don't know what the skill set, role needed is, but we'll go ahead and make it a 2. That'll work, innit? But yeah, we're gonna just gonna ask, just before we head out and things, you know which way, Redbeard heads off then, or just out into the, well, the endless turmoil of the sea?
He doesn't leave too far from this place. So he should be in an hour swim at most.
Yeah, good to know. And, when do we make tracks on for this evening? Don't want to get left behind.
Well, let's see. What's the time? So he pokes his head close to the surface so he could gauge like where the sun is. It's like should be leaving in about half an hour.
All right then. Well, we'll keep that in mind and things. So hopefully we'll see you later.
Thank you very much.
Incidentally, we have the
Thank
name
you.
for your horse as well. The last part is pronounced nay, like a horse.
Selne?
It looks like Selne then. Selne it is.
Selne. Got it.
There you go. There's your horse.
Beautiful.
So that should
Seamus and
fix it.
Selne.
Yep. With Swift, Short Shadow. Wait, I just realised it's Swift, Short Shadow and Seamus. That's more S's. That's not four. It's all good. But yeah, we're just gonna go head out and things. Partly because part of us is interested in trying to figure out what the ship thing is, because you know, treasure. There's some enjoyment in learning about that. Plus, hey, you know, if we find it and he doesn't, so, I mean, if you steal from someone who stole, is it really that bad? That's the,
As you're on the seahorse, you hear the clicking and chirping of a whole troop of dolphins on the other side of the building. There is a very excited sound that catches your attention.
oh, well.
You can see a dolphin, like, swimming around one of the towers.
Oh, they sort of look up and things then. Huh. Can't say I've ever seen dolphins like this before. Well, can't say I've seen them ever. Interesting. Wonder what's got them interested. As you sort of, look to sort of shout back to Planet and Pollock, your friend? And sort of gesture up to the...
that's Dolores.
Ah. Fair enough then.
Well,
So-
that's one of Dolores's dolphins anyway. She always has so many pets.
Aye. She usually come around this
Actually,
way?
pet. Yes. As Val says that, Chancellor pops out of the sock and decides to do a little
Chancellor
twirl in the
things.
water.
Aye. Ah, you still brought
The
them with
seahorse
you.
is quite puzzled at the sight of this weird little fuzzy tube.
Careful. Careful. But yeah. We're gonna go ahead then and, is that, indication that, Dolores is here then? Or just that one of her pets
Yes.
is here? Alright,
Yes.
we'll go and, introduce ourselves to them then. From around the other side.
Okie dokie. Let's see. you! Bless me. Okay. So, you two go around the tavern on your seahorses, and you see a whole troop of... It was initially, you see 3, and then 4, and then 5, and it is 7 dolphins total. And they're all swimming around.
Nice. And the beast keeper, as it were?
You see out of the porthole of one of the rooms, she pops out. She is a merfolk. And she is calling out to each of her dolphins. You can't quite understand the language that she's speaking. It's probably a merfolk language. But you can tell that those are their names because of the inflection as she's saying each of the words.
Yeah, very nice. They sort of wave over and things, and it sort of gestures a friendly greeting of some description as we make our way a little closer. You must be the friend of Plankton and Polyp, then.
I see you've got one of their seahorses there. Nice to meet you. My name is Dolores.
A pleasure to meet you,
And as she
Dolores.
approaches you, an excited dolphin just hops right between you and her and is trilling loudly with a little shell on his nose.
Hey you? What you got there then? Swiftwave Short Shadow. It's a pleasure to meet the both of you. So you go to reach out a hand towards the dolphin.
The little dolphin kind of rolls off to his side a little so you can give belly pets.
Well, go ahead and do so then. Who are we to decline such an invitation? There you go. There you are.
Yes, these little fellas are most friendly. I absolutely love how excitable that they are. As you can see on one of her portholes, you can see a sign that says "I love dolphins" written on it.
So how'd you come by so many of these then?
Oh, I've just managed to... They've managed to find me over the years of me working at this place.
Fair enough, fair enough. So what's this one's name then? Well, if you can.
So she makes 2 clicks and a shrill sound. That's the dolphin's name. You kind of figure after a moment of hearing it.
I forget.
Yes.
Do we have... I forget. Do we have... Is it in the racial traits? Did we take that one? There was one which enabled me to speak... No, it's not this one. It was one of... No, it was one of the other options. There was one where it's like, if you listen to a language for like a minute, you can effectively pronounce... You can effectively talk as if you know it. Can't do that. But, you know, a little bit of... Thieves can't learn, and every so often you get used to strange languages every so often, but you sort of try and mimic this kind of a thing, trying very hard to mimic it without saying something insulting.
Yes. What? As you're trying to say his name, the dolphin squeals with delight and does a little spin.
No. Well, you're adorable. I can certainly see why you love them. How about you, Val? Just sort of check back over to Val as I'm doing this.
Yes, as you're playing with the dolphin, Val is just holding on to Duke and Chancellor. They're very intrigued at the sight of this dolphin, and Val's not 100% sure if dolphins and ferrets mix. He's like, well, wait, hang on. I know you two are excited. Hold up. Wait a second.
Yeah.
And then one of the other dolphins like comes in off to Val's right and just starts sniffing one of the ferrets in the stair, starts sniffing back, and just like they're just kind of like touching, and then they boop noses, and then the dolphin like gives a little flinch and is like, "Wait, what?"
So what brings you out this way then?
I mostly work on the lights and the technical aspects of this place. And also, we're going to check on the buoyancy chamber in a little bit to see how it's doing and what it's up to at the moment.
Aye. Well, it's quite a marvel of technology, I must admit. Never seen a castle move, let alone move while underwater.
I know, it's wild. Like, we're still not 100% sure where this place came from. Like, we can tell it's from the surface, but we don't know how it got onto here.
Well, certainly does make for an unique experience, and certainly a story worth telling.
Indeed. You should talk to Hanska and Menon about that. They were actually here when this place was first found, and they actually put together that buoyancy chamber, or found it more or less.
Oh, two more staff members? Don't know if we've met anyone else like that.
Yes, they live more so on the second floor.
Gotcha. They wouldn't happen to be sort of two who keep to themselves, sort of cloakish, sort of shell-like top to them?
Oh no, I know who you're talking about. That's Zion and Koala. They don't really work here exactly. They're looking for something.
Duly noted. Well, if you can get any more conversation out of them, do let them know I'm more than happy to offer my services if and when or needed.
I will.
Speaking of that, though, I do believe that there was we've got old Captain Redbeard looking for something. Well, I say Captain, probably shouldn't say that to his face. Might bring up some old wounds. But yeah, I did offer a hand doing some of that stuff. If nothing else, I do want to hear a little bit more from him. So with that, I will bid you adieu. Might want to sort of gesture, sort of like head nod back to thing. Might want to go and ease his nerves with the little balls of fur there. Just go let him know they're all right.
Oh my goodness. And she looks over and sees the two ferrets and is like, "Oh, what are those?" She's very excited, and Val looks up and it's like, "Oh, this is Duke and Chancellor. They're mustelids. They're part of the weasel family, but they're domesticated." So he gets into like a little ins and outs of like how ferrets are. Dolores is listening very intently.
It's at this point, no, we're just going to sort of nod back over to him and sort of catch his eye and say, head off. See you later, mate. And then we'll head off, trying to see if we can find where Redbeard is, without looking at the map and knowing that he's in a specific direction already. So yeah, we'll just sort of head out to the sort of towards the front of the ship, give it a quick scan. See if we can see any signs of him, and if not, then we'll make our way a little further along and see if we can find him.
Go ahead and roll investigation.
Okay. And again, just reading down some of my stuff. Eye for detail, you can both actually make a perception check to spot a hidden creature or object, or an investigation check to uncover or decipher clues. It's not really that, would it be?
I would say yes.
Okay. Oh no, wait, no, sorry, that's a bonus action for combat stuff. Apologies, that's a bonus action thing. So it doesn't actually matter. It doesn't change anything on the investigation check, which is a d20 plus 3. 18 total.
Okay, so you kind of gauge based on like the waters and the terrain and like how there's a bunch of like coral close by, that this isn't the kind of place where you would expect to find a ship. So you look off to the east side And you see it's more of an open area and can kind of guess that he's probably further out here because this is an area wide enough for a ship to actually be sunk into.
Okay.
And then you go out on your little seahorse and you see him hanging out at the bottom of the water, just digging a bunch of different holes.
Thinking it's buried now as well.
So he looks up startled for a second and then sighs when he realizes it's you. And
apologies. Didn't mean to startle you.
And he's like, "Oi, what are you doing all the way out here?"
Oh, just thought I'd offer my assistance here. Got this little one here for the day, so, you know, if it helps you cover more ground. If, of course, you want it.
He sighs and shakes his head. Is like, I don't need any sea creatures helping me find anything.
Oh no, you're not having the sea creature help. I'm the one offering the help here. Like I said, you expected it to be buried, or?
It was many years ago that this happened. I wouldn't be shocked if it's buried or partially buried in the sands.
If I may inquire, I know it's going to be rough for you to think back, whereabouts was it stored on the ship?
It was back in my quarters, so near the top of the ship.
Yeah. Well, depending on how it sunk, I wouldn't expect to see nothing. Surely there must be some way, though I don't know how long you've been doing this, so... I mean, my initial thought's just if it's going to be in that part of the ship, unless that part's sunk bottom first, then chances are it wouldn't be buried. Just my thoughts, anyway. But, you know, I won't stop you from digging, but if I should come across anything, you got any part of a description so I might be aware of what I should be looking out for?
He looks silently at the seafloor and shakes his head.
Well, only offering you a hand, my friend. No worries. Trust me. I understand it's not exactly an easy task. That's why I'm offering a little help here. Still, at the very least, could you give me a little bit more of a description of what it was that attacked you, just so I, don't go get myself in any trouble?
He gets a bit of a pale look on his face when you say that. And he's like, monstrous creature akin to a kraken.
Right, kraken. Yep, good to know. And the size of your ship was... I assume we're not talking a dinghy. Like, I'm just trying to
He
gauge
looks
that.
at you wondering if you're making a joke or if that was a serious question.
Just for reference, in size of the... like, out of character here. I'm just trying to gauge the size. Like, obviously, you've got various size of ships. Like, I don't know if this is like a galleon-sized ship that he was in charge of, or whether it's a much smaller, like, front-runner ship. Like, I'm trying to gauge. When he says it's a big kraken, is it in comparison to, like, a 10-person boat, or a 110-person boat?
This creature is big enough to take down this castle if it had the mind to.
Right. Okay. Sort of looks back at the castle and goes, yeah, about... how many stories? Because we know there's at least 3, but is there, like, more than that?
4 stories.
So 4 stories, plus the roof. Okay. Duly noted. Still, And as I said, if I find anything, I will let you know.
And so he continues digging on the seafloor.
Yeah. We're gonna just go ahead and could you describe the sort of surroundings, like he's digging on the sea floor, but like, is it because it's like a barren area that looks like it's been scraped through? Is it just because it's a spot he can dig in? Like,
It does look unnaturally barren compared to other areas of the sea. Like, you could see like rock and coral and like plant life in most of the area, but the spot where he is digging is completely cleared of everything, so it is a little suspicious.
Yeah. Yeah. See, our thoughts is then that if that's something scraped through it, then yeah, something's been growing, which means it's coming back through, but that would mean then that there wouldn't be a point to bury something, because you couldn't bury something if plant life's not growing on top of it. He said it was many years ago, so something would have done that. If something's come scraping through, that might be a little sooner than anticipated. We're going to go ahead and look sort of, you say it's sort of like, almost like a divot, like being carved out sort of thing?
Yes.
Right. We're going to stick to above the divot, but along, and sort of trying to keep, like, follow it along, but sort of looking across, like, down from the divot, and then, like, across either side, just to see if there's any kind of, like, signs of any kind of a wreckage, anything that doesn't belong down here, anything like that.
So as you're going along, you hear a deep moaning sound that sounds decently far away, but huge.
Okay. How is Seamus doing? Because obviously, like
Seamus
freak them the
looks
fuck out.
up and like makes a little like panic neighing noise.
Hey, it's alright. Alright, yeah, at that point we're gonna...
I'm gonna need you to roll animal handling for that one.
yeah, I figured. I'm gonna tell you this right now. If I lose Seamus, I'm swimming back to the thing. So my animal handling is a +1. No advantage because I've been really nice with them.
You can get advantage since you've been hanging out with Seamus this whole time.
So the first one was a 1. The second one is an 18. I'm so glad I asked you. I am so glad I asked you for advantage, because if I had been the 1, that I'm pretty sure would have just meant he throws me off his back and I'm fucked.
That's simply what that would have meant.
Oh,
So initially, this is about to go into a panic until you calm him back down.
Just sort of like stroke along like the side of the thing. Hey, it's okay, it's alright, it's alright, it's alright. As I'm sort of turning them like parallel and slightly away from that point. Yeah. And then, and is there any other like any indication of direction that came from as well?
Roll perception.
Okay. And that wouldn't... This doesn't come under ear for deceit, because it's not lying, it's just lying in wait. There's a subtle difference. This was perception, right?
Yes.
Okay, that is a +5. 14.
You can't really tell exactly where the sound is coming from, but you can tell whatever it is, it's huge.
Yeah, and I'm not huge, so... Yeah. Alright. In which case then, it's just gonna sort of travel sort of or perpendicular to the sort of the markings and things, just a little bit to see, like, just a little scouting further. It's not quite perpendicular, it's sort of just, it's sort of leaning closer towards the safer side of things, just to try and sort of sweep that little bit of the area. But the water, as that sound goes off, the water does get slightly noticeably warmer in a small area.
Oh my goodness.
Just gonna sort of try and get a little bit of a notice around there, because yeah, giant kraken, you know, don't really want to do that. But again, just trying to see if we could find anything to gather it, because that was so. From what we're now piecing together, big divot, something is crawling along the floor to do that. But that means that that's where it's been moving between. That doesn't mean that that's where the ship fell. That just means the ship fell somewhere around that. If that thing is massive, honestly, don't care how big that treasure chest is worth it. I don't fucking need it. I don't need it. But yeah, just trying to gather anything. And, you know, at the end of the day, it is still slightly serene and calm to notice that, but we obviously don't want to get too far off, because we've got to then make our way back. See, we're doing this. You picked this because we've been playing Subnautica. You picked this specifically because we've been doing that. Because we've got this fear constantly. First of all, we have this fear constantly that at some point you're going to go beep beep oxygen and tell us we're running out of oxygen. Secondly, that our sea horse is going to run out of power.
Neither of those things are going to happen, and I picked this because it's an appropriate level.
yeah, that's what it is. Yeah. Look, there is still some residual effect of having to spend time around a sea dragon, so this is very much, and also as well, considering the fact that we're, you know, it's not just us going here. We do have Seamus as well. We can't just be like, oh yeah, just go this way, and Seamus is gonna be fine with it. Seamus doesn't want to. I don't want to force them to. So we sort of just explore out that area a little further along and see if we can find anything.
So as you're exploring, you don't see anything particularly noteworthy.
Okay. Do we have a gauge on roughly how much time it's been?
You'll have to go a little closer to the surface to see where the position of the sun is, because of how it refracts on the surface of the water.
It is more a case of, like, has it been like half an hour? Because obviously the place is going to leave.
It's almost been half an hour. You've been out for a while, and you can see that Redbeard is starting to gather his things up so that way he can go back too.
Yeah, we're going to have to go back then. At that point, as much as heading out further and exploring that stuff would be great, that is jeopardizing me, that is jeopardizing Seamus, that is jeopardizing everyone else aboard that thing. It is not worth it. But we will go ahead and you know, when we get back in and things, return sort of around the back of the ship where we assume that Plankton and Polyp are probably finishing up. We'll come back, Seamus, let them know, and we appreciate it. We appreciate the experience, and head inside, and at that point we're just gonna walk up to we're straight up just gonna like walk up to Redbeard, sort of put like a hand on the shoulder and go, "Yep, it's big," and then then that'll do. It's just sort of, yep, it's big. Please be careful. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Like our assumption is likely that if it has dragged it off, then it will be dragging it that way anyway. But there is no reason to risk my life and everything else for it. Like, I'm not here for that. Like, I'll take the experience of giving a dolphin belly rubs and helping breaking a seahorse, and that'll do me fine, thanks. That'll do me fine. Because I might be able to roll well for stealth, but that doesn't mean I can do stealth underwater. Even if I could, that doesn't mean that A, I'm able to swim fast enough to get back, or B, my horse could do well enough for stealth.
That makes sense.
Like, he may not have to tiptoe, but even so, he has to stop neighing and whining, and no. It's not worth risking their life. I won't do that. We already almost brushed that with a natural 1. Oof.
Seriously. Oof.
Oh. Let this be a lesson to everyone. Always ask your DM for advantage. It has its advantages. Oh, goodness, we did it again. Our mind wandered. Yes, there we are. But yes, we'll make our way back in and things and see if we can see Val in the area.
Ah, yes. So Val is at the bar talking to Seth. And you can see Val is messing with one of those pouches for holding drinks.
No. Why is my first thought that he's trying to get another pouch to be able to put Duke and Chandler in?
And it's like you can see him just like carefully sealing the top of it. And Seth excitedly clapping his tentacles together as Val is like breathes a sigh of relief. He's like, "Oh, hey Swift.
Hey. Happy to see me?
How did treasure hunting go?"
Don't go that way. If you see a divot carved out, it just sort of points out to like if there's is there a window like sort of out that way? Sort of looks at it, says, "See that divot? Yeah, don't go that way. It's big."
Oh, okay.
It's big. That's literally all I could say about that. And I'm gonna stress that. And it's not big for me. It's big for. Let's just sort of hold that thought, realizing we're in a bar, suggesting such a thing. It's probably just best to say most things. But nah, and yeah, sort of question back. So how'd your animal lesson with Dolores go?
Oh, it went pretty well. Turns out that dolphins and ferrets actually are really cool with each other. I wasn't expecting that. I was always expecting a dolphin to try to eat one of them.
Well, yeah, that's nature. Red in tooth and claw. Almost all the time.
Oh, goodness. But yeah, I came in to have some breakfast. Then was talking to barkeep here, and he's showing me how to make some of those sealing pouches for drinks and whatnot.
Ah, you got a need for that?
Oh, well, apparently this seal doesn't just work for like these pods, though it can work for leaves too. So that could have a pretty practical like preservation for our stuff when we're back on the surface, because obviously we couldn't bring any of our rations with us.
Yeah.
We'll have to resupply when we get to the next port town.
Yeah, that's true. Speaking of some of that stuff, I wouldn't mind a top up right now. Is the effect of the current still active?
Yes.
Okay then. Well, a top up will just be a regular drink. We do inquire to Seth, who's there, about there are a couple of things. One was the mention of this. One of the drinks said mention of it's useful for resupplying. Was it or was it the containers themselves are useful for resupplying and they'll store well?
Let's see. So it's not a specific drink. It's like all of the drinks can be carried and are very portable, and a lot of the food is like that too.
Gotcha. And the drink-wise, there is Now You See Me, the Current, and the Abyss.
And Sweet and Salty Seas.
Sweet and Salty Seas. We will take a Sweet and Salty Seas while inquiring about the Abyss for later.
I was just gonna get one now.
I mean, you want to get day drunk? Come on.
I didn't say I would drink it now.
When were you planning to?
Probably when it's closer to the evening.
Yeah, I'll get one then, and two probably. But no, for now the sweet and salty seas will do.
Seth goes ahead and starts making the abyss drinks and actually hands the pods to Val and says, "Here, go ahead, give this one last test to see if you grasp the skill properly."
What are we rolling for that one? Or was that for...
Val's rolling for it because he was the one who was actually taught while y'all were out.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so... Gonna make that a sleight of hand roll. Just gotta be able to get the liquids in there and seal the pouch in a very quick fashion.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just the fermented agave with local seawater. Let's see. Aha. Okay. Yes, he gets the liquids from the bottles into the air-filled pouch in a interesting, like, upside down like fashion, and then carefully seals it before giving that to you. It's like, I think I got it.
Yeah, looks like it.
With the light bulb continuing to make the two of this drinks that you will want having.
Mm-hmm. Also, give us a sec. Might have some more static interference on something there, just a sec, but it might be better now.
Oh, good?
Yep. Nope. Yep, that works. There.
Okay. So yep, he finishes making the abyss drinks.
Mm-hmm.
And he tells the both of us to be careful with him. It's like, it's not a joke. This will absolutely rock your brain like nothing you've had on land or on the water.
I'm sure it will. Don't think I planned on drinking the whole thing at once, did you?
Oh, goodness.
No. After all, someone's got to look after this one when he drinks the whole thing in one go.
Val gets a slightly red look on his face. He just looks at you like, anyway. Yes. Yes.
That's what I'm here for. So?
Then he gets like a slightly sad smile on his face before going back to being happy about making your drink successfully.
Not bad on it. Well, you can make it. Now let's see if you can make it worth drinking. We'll go ahead and open it up and have a go at that.
Yeah, it is sweet. It is salty. It is delicious.
And does it give me temporary hit point? No.
No, it doesn't.
No. But no, we will have to take the Now You See Me up to the with us before we go, because hey, we'll go back if at any point I ever have to go back and see that goddamn octopus blood seller telling me it was a potion of invisibility, I'm going to throw this at him. But nah, it's that's the general idea and things, and then yeah, it's just sort of keep light conversation. Is oh, who was it that was we were gonna ask Seth about the one who made the chamber, the two, and I can't remember their names, but Swift obviously does remember their names.
Hanska
and Lennon, yes, those two. We're just gonna ask about those. Mentioned we heard of them, but we haven't seen them. Just wondered if they were on board currently.
So Menon is not on board, but Hanska is. And she usually is in the buoyancy chamber itself, making sure that it is in good working order.
Aye. Well, if they ever aren't in there and things, do let them know that I wouldn't mind a chat with them. Curiosity and all that. Yeah. Because that is the chamber that we were told do not fuck with, do not fuck with, do not fuck with.
Mm-hmm.
Which I'm not gonna fuck with. You know, this isn't.
I mean, if you're curious, you can look inside the chamber. You just can't go in.
Yeah, I mean, we'll look in. What do we perceive?
So you go by the portal, and you can see that this tower goes through all the floors, plus a couple extra floors. And it is from bottom to top covered in coral. And you could see merfolk swimming in there, attending to it, you know, addressing areas that have like more bubbles or less bubbles than the rest of the areas.
Interesting.
And you can definitely see that the coral itself is producing these bubbles, which is not normal for coral. That is a very interesting sight to see. And this is how the entire castle can either be buoyant enough to float to the surface or dense enough to go down to the very bottom.
Well, I think it'd be dense enough to go down to the bottom by itself.
Yes.
Yeah. And possibly as well circulating some of the oxygen supply into the oxygen to oxygenate the water that we're in, because otherwise there's no point in having the gills. You're still just breathing the same deoxygenated water. Might be bad.
Yes. As you're peeking through the hole, you could see around the entrance of it, there's a little eel wrapped around, and he's kind of taking a little peek at you. And he's like, if he had hands, it would be like, but he doesn't have hands because he's an eel. Yeah. He's like, I'm watching you. Yeah. And it's like, oh, don't mind the security. That just keeps the surface dwellers and the other sea folk from going in when they shouldn't.
Aye, no worries. So sort of a tip to the hat and sort of gesture. Don't worry, I'm not doing anything. I promise. No, it was just that, and then asking about the two who were in here last night, but were kind of very much clammy about being around anyone else.
That's Koala and Zion. They're in search of their family. And that's about the most that I'll mention on that.
Sorry, what was that?
Koala and Xylon are searching for their family. And that's the most I'll mention.
Fair enough. Well, seems like a lot of people here are searching for something. Hope they find it. Yeah, we sort of give a slightly mournful look to them and say, well, I'd offer my services, but don't think I'm well equipped for this sea stuff, unfortunately. I can keep my ears to the ground though. That's what I do after all. Other than that, we just sort of somewhat somberly head back to Val and things.
Okay.
Well, that's the first day. And to think, what time is it right now, Val?
He puts his hand in his pocket and he flips open the watch. It's like, it's like, 5 o'clock. Goodness. Time flies.
Yeah, it sure does. Especially when you're having fun, eh? Yeah. At this point, we have the abyss, right? We both have an abyss. That's why I'm gonna sort of have a little bit more of a look at it. I'm gonna crack it slightly and see if I can get a smell of anything.
I mean, you're underwater. You're not really gonna smell much.
I know, but at this point, we've forgotten that we're underwater, so we're gonna do that and then realize we're underwater. This is essentially snorting seaweed, or seawater.
Oh my goodness.
So go to that.
Good job.
Yeah. I like to experience my drinks to the fullest. The fact that I forgot that we're underwater is very much a compliment to the location we find ourselves in, I would say.
Fair enough. This is stifling a laugh.
Yeah, you can laugh.
Oh my goodness.
But no, we just we take a small sip, like a very tiny amount, because obviously, if this is gonna be strong, this is gonna fuck up Val, and we don't want to fuck them. We don't want to get fucked up at the same time.
Oh goodness. Val is wondering why on earth you're holding back, and he's just gonna drink the whole fucking thing in one go.
Look, like I said, I gotta babysit you. Can't do that drunk.
You don't need to do that, he says, and he just necks the whole drink in one go.
Yeah.
Damn.
Still.
Woo. So he
Yeah.
just uses this wide-eyed look on his face. It's like, holy shit.
Yeah. I said, well, at least I don't go about you falling.
He gives a belch. As you say that, he's about to say something in protest and then promptly realizes that he can't. It's like,
Yeah. Alright there, bud. Well.
yep, I'm fine.
And now you see why I didn't drink the whole thing.
Yeah, no, he wasn't expecting one drink to fuck him up like this.
Yeah. Thanks for the heads up, Softo.
Oh,
Nice.
goodness.
I assume you see that often.
Seth just shakes his head
Don't worry.
and basically says yes.
Don't worry. I'll make sure he doesn't do
This
anything
is
too
fine.
stupid.
We only stick with one per customer.
Alright. Well, like I said, I'll make sure you don't do something too stupid. Yeah. Come on, you. Let's at least try and get some food in you as well.
That's probably a good idea.
Wow. Look at you. You finished a whole sentence without slurring. I'm impressed.
That's not gonna last.
Yep. I know. That's why I'll get food in you now. While you're still dexterous enough to do so. Because I may be babysitting you, but I'm not feeding you.
And so Val just asks for a seaweed leaf wrap.
Well, we say...
Basically.
At this point, I just sort of...
He just points to it on the menu.
Yeah, well, you say points to it. I'm holding his hand, guiding it down the thing. There we go, that one. That one. Take a seaweed leaf wrap. Make it 2. I'll have some as well. Do I know where ferrets are right now?
The ferrets are both looking in the buoyancy chamber, just like staring at the eel guard.
Who is staring back at them? Who is staring at the eel guard? Who is staring back at them? Alright, as long as I can keep them in eyesight.
You can see them like all bottle brush and bristly.
Yep. Keep an eye on them then. Yeah. That's just as long as they're in sight, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, and then I'll just enjoy some food and, like I said, thankfully, I don't have to worry about the swaying or anything of Val this time, because he's cushioned by the entire ocean. However, he will be needing assistance getting back to the room. That is happening without question.
Probably.
Did anything happen from the sip that we took of the abyss?
You definitely do feel something, but the drink is a decent size, so it would take a lot more than the one sip to fuck you up. But you definitely are like, oh goodness, it's strong.
It's a very neat alcohol, but doesn't just taste of raw alcohol. It's dangerously tasty.
Oh yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine then, that's fine. It'll be all good there. We'll just go ahead and sort of keep the thing closed and try and sort of nestle it back in the bag. Where there's a convenient space the size of a shirt missing. And then, yeah, we'll just try and keep an eye on Val while waiting for the food.
Yes, after a bit, the waitress comes out and gives you your seaweed wraps.
Yeah. Thank you very kindly. So, tuck into those. Just try to make sure that Val doesn't stab himself in the finger or something with a fork.
Well, they're wraps. You don't need a fork to eat them.
Yeah, which is why I'm trying to make sure he doesn't stab himself in the finger with a fork.
He's not that far gone.
Yeah, sure. I shouldn't
He's
believe
not.
a word. Look, I shouldn't believe a word he says. He's drunk. How is the wrap?
The wrap is delicious. It's filled with all sorts of crunchy deliciousness.
Not bad. I suppose it's crunchy. That's surprising. Didn't think it'd be crunchy.
I mean, all the vegetables are fresh.
Yeah,
So-
but they are also in water. You know.
Plants still have cell walls even underwater.
Yeah, I'm not saying they don't. It's still one of those. I guess we're thinking of boiling them. That's what we're probably thinking of differently.
Mm-hmm.
When you got 2/3 of the component, you've got water, you got salt, you just haven't boiled it. We'll enjoy that.
So as Val awkwardly eats his food.
Mm-hmm.
And then, next thing you know, it's already late out.
Mm-hmm.
It's like time is a weird state at the moment for Val especially.
Yeah.
And like at first he thinks like, oh yeah, I'm gonna eat this quickly. Next thing you know, it's like almost 2 hours later.
Yeah.
That's how
I've been
fucking
sat
drunk
here-
he is.
I'm finished. I'm just sat here making sure he's okay, keeping an eye on those two. Not panicking when the bubbles immediately restart. Nope, it's fine. I know what it is. I sort of keep an eye on actually watching it as it does, just sort of noting the mechanism, like not understanding it, but just noting it. Oh god, where have they gone? Rolling
Yes.
a
One
D20.
ferret has gone to the corner
Mm-hmm.
for corner reasons. And another ferret has decided to curiously look at some of the peoples here.
I'm just gonna sort of walk over to them, sort of, that one is Dirk, not Chance.
This Duke, yes.
This is Duke. So I'm just gonna hold on and say, hey, come on, Duke. Sorry about that. Hope it wasn't bothering you too much.
And it's like, oh no, it's a cute, curious little creature. I'm not bothered by it in the slightest.
Who are these two again?
That is Koala and Zion.
Yeah, it is. I say, yeah, certainly are. Little ferrets to that one over there. Sort of gesture back to Val in whatever state they currently are in. You know.
They're just swaying in their chair.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with the water.
Yeah. Hoping everything's there, but yeah. Like I said, hope they aren't causing you too much trouble, so sort of bring them back over that way and things. And just before I leave and say, I do just sort of tip my hat and I say, I hope your search goes well. Before looking towards the other one.
Yes. Koala gives a nod of appreciation. Zion is still like somewhat nervous about you.
Yeah.
But also gives a nod.
If there was anything I could do to help, let me know. But yeah, I just got to keep an eye on those two. I'll go ahead and order up, see if I can get like just a bit of tuna, a bit of salmon, see if I can't get something for those two before you go into the kitchen on your own. Yeah. I swear, it's bad enough babysitting one. Now I gotta babysit 3. Yeah, that'll hopefully satiate those two for a little bit of time. And sort of check in with Val. You all good?
What?
Yeah.
He no longer has any comprehension of what the hell's going on.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. You're out for a while. Let's you hungry? Thirsty? You good?
Yeah, he's too drunk to answer you at this point.
Yeah, I figured. Okay, bud. Well, let's get you fed. I'm gonna sort of gesture to Sylph and things and be like, could I get a hand getting this one back to my room and things in a bit?
So the 2 cuttlefish who've been helping you pop their heads in.
Yeah.
They're like, yep, we can give a hand. The Seth already told us.
Oh, cheers. I'll keep an eye on these 2 for now, but I'll see you later. Take care, Val. Go have a nap.
So they help escort Val back to the room.
Yeah.
He just kind of awkwardly floats into the hammock.
Yeah. I handed one of the 2 cuddle the keys, and they'll probably take it back as well.
Are you gonna hold on to Duke and Chancellor?
I was gonna get them some food and things, but I can always get the food and then take it back to them. It's just whatever. Like I sort of gestured to these 2 as well, to the 2 guard lots, and like, you can take these back with you now, or is that okay with? Are you comfortable with that, or?
They both look a little confused at the sight of the 2 ferrets. Not really 100% sure what to make of them.
No worries. I'll keep an eye on these 2 for a bit, as I hand one of them a key and things, and I'll just be in the bar when you're done. As I trust them. I paid them a gold. I gave them a gold, and now they were happy with me.
So the waitress comes out with the tuna for the 2 of them.
Yeah.
And goes back into the kitchen.
Yeah, as I just sort of start peeling off bits and pieces and trying to hand feed them a little bit.
Yes. Duke very excitedly takes the food from your hands before you're even done peeling it. Chancellor's a little more polite.
It's fine, as long as I can. Like I said, at this point I'm just keeping an eye on them and things, and every so often you'll see my glance head out towards the eastern windows behind the kitchen, because yeah. That's yeah. It's just trying to shake that thought.
Roll perception.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Don't do this to me. Perception is a +5. Let's go. That's an 8. Good.
You don't really notice too much besides just the moving water, and you see it's getting darker outside.
That's because there is nothing but the moving water out there. We are going to stamp that in there right now. There is nothing out there. And
Oh my goodness.
like we're looking out there, but we're not looking because we want to look and see something. We're glancing out there just out of nervous habit now. So that's what we're doing. So we're not actively looking for anything. In fact, we're actively trying to not look for something out there.
Oh my goodness.
What? You want to see
I
a
just
level
think it's
4
funny.
take on a Kraken? That ain't happening.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a kraken per se.
I'll go back to the room, alright? Right?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine then. And the guards come back and gave me my key, right? Right.
Yep, Cuttlefish comes in and hands you the key.
Good. Good. That's
Heads
because
back
there's nothing.
outside.
Yeah. And then we're just gonna sort of sit and wait with the with those two until they can finish up their foods. Get
Ah,
that.
yes. Duke and Chancellor happily devour the fish that you've gotten for them.
Yeah. There you go, you annoying little bastards. Let's get you back into somewhere easier to contain. Yeah. So just go ahead and try and flag one of the guards again. I'm sort of trying to, like, I've picked up the last bits of like the foodstuffs, and I've sort of brought one hand up to try and get both of their attentions, and then the other has sort of curled around both of them to sort of like hold them in place while the food is sort of being eaten at that point, if that makes any sense. Just so like I can hold them whilst I can move without my arms, and then sort of make my way back to the room. Hopefully. Hopefully. That's the plan at the very least. Oh. Yeah. Like, I've sort of gotten, like, the legs and things working again, but not good. Not good enough without my hands to do anything. Like, my legs just about touch the side of things, and I can't really kick off or get any grip, so... yeah. Do you mind I sort of almost like hoist my arms so they can sort of hoist them along, and I sort of like, they just sort of help guide my kicking motions.
Yes.
To get back.
So yep, they help you aboard to your room. And they wish you a good night's sleep, and they head off and merge back with the wall.
Aye. As I just sort of let go of the two and sort of watch them sort of float off. Check it. I'd also check on Val as well.
Val is snoring quite loudly, actually. He just passed out.
I thought it was even possible underwater. I thought snoring was through the nose. Oh, that's got to be an awful sound. That has got to be an awful sound.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, at that point we're just gonna sort of sit and just let things go by. It's still kind of early-ish in the evening, but we can't leave those two with Val, because if something happens, I'm gonna get it in the fucking neck, and Val would never forgive themselves, and I don't have to deal with that the whole bloody way we're going along. So I will simply have to sit and babysit the two ferrets for a bit. I'll even go ahead and take off one of my boots and unlace it for them.
Yes. Immediately, as soon as your footwear is removed, parents excitedly dive inside said boot.
Whatever pleases you. And again, just sort of, drifting out and watching the ocean grow slowly darker and not wanting to look out anymore. And then just kind of taking a reflective moment and things, just sort of thinking, and instinctively again that sort of like just goes up to like the neck and things and just brushes along like the edge of where it's sort of like it's not clamped to but sort of holds snugly, and just sort of touching along that area and things, and just sort of yeah, no worries. And then trying to get some shut eye.
Yep, you go to sleep without any incident.
Oh boy. Oh boy. That is concerning. That is concerning. I mean, if you want, I'll tell you this as the DM, if you want something to happen, you can leave it as a cliffhanger.
No, we're not spending more than one day at each of these places.
That's true. That way it makes it the one shot. You know, that's very true. That is very true.
Yeah, so you go to sleep, you drift off, you have a normal sleep.
No dreams of cursed dragons.
No.
Hooray! Just the usual nightmares.
Dare I ask what those entail?
Backstory.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
You thought that Swiftwisp was a two-dimensional character. Haha, no.
Fair enough. Yes, so you sleep through the night without much incident, and then you're awoken by the sound of just a huge amount of bubbles just filling that chamber, like not terribly far from you.
Yeah. It's sort of one
and
of
you could feel like the whole tower just rise.
Yeah.
And you
As
can
the bag
actually
gets
see
heavier.
it rise above to the surface.
Interesting. And sort of as you sort of do that, you use this feeling of like the bag getting heavier as we do, sort of bolt upright. Well, not bolt upright, but eyes wide open, sort of going, okay, what was that noise? Sort of scan around, then go room, bubbles, noise, okay. And then obviously the feeling of things getting slightly heavier as it's like it's not sinking, it's rising. It's like, okay. And then once that's done, it's Val first, and then looking for the other two.
Ah, yes. The ferrets have taken your boot and hidden it under the vanity. And one of them's asleep in it, and the other is asleep just behind it.
Well, that's good to know. And the state of Val is...
Just drooling and just pass the fuck out still.
Okay. I'm gonna once again have to go and check the time by, I don't, like, he's drooling and is he, like, passed out on his front? Like, he was...
He's on his back.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and go for the pocket watch again.
Okay, go ahead and roll sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand against a drunkard. I gotta ask now, should that be with advantage?
Yes.
Okay, so the first roll is a 10. The second roll is an 8. So it's a 10. I'm being slightly less worried about waking him, admittedly, but, you know, just...
So he once again shuffles a little bit as you're getting the pocket watch out, but he doesn't wake up.
He's too drunk to notice. Yeah. And what time is it on the clock?
So the time is about 9:46.
Okay. And did we know how long like it was going to be 2 days traveling, but like is that like a full day of traveling and we arrive on the second day, or is it like one day
so you
of
are
traveling, 2
at
days
the
of travel?
destination.
Ah, very interesting. Is like I don't know, like we're rising. Does that mean as well that like the room is not is sort of like draining of water and things, or is it?
If you open the portholes, the water will escape the room.
Okay. Okay, good to know and things. I'm gonna go ahead and try and put one of the two. Assume it's probably Chandler, who's not in there. I'm gonna try and just sort of tuck him into the boot, pick the boot up, and hold that, and then open the port hatch. Whilst I will put the boot beside into like the shoulder, so that it's like the heel is on or like the sole is on Val's shoulder, so if there is obviously a sudden of water, which there is going to be, the boot will not fly off out of nowhere.
All right, you go ahead and do that then.
Okay, what do I roll for that?
Let's see. So wait, what exactly are you doing with the boot?
The boot, I'm literally just putting it so that it's like you said that Val is like on their back on the hammock. So I'm basically just gonna put it so it's like nestled between like his shoulder and like the L shape that like the neck and the shoulder makes. I'm going to put the boot in that space, just so that when I open the door, all the water when it rushes out and things doesn't take the ferrets with it.
Okay. Yeah, you don't really need a roll for that.
Okay, that's fine then. Just open that and things. Was it push or pull again?
Okay, well, since you are above water, you will have to pull, and you're gonna need a strength check to open it.
Okay, just straight strength?
Yes.
Okay, that is a d20 minus 1. 12.
You can't open the door because of the pressure of the water in the room.
Oh, fuck.
So you might need to wake Val up to help you.
Yeah, at that point, I'm just gonna sort of take the boot, and I'm gonna sort of unfurl the two, sort of like sort of let the two sort of fall, not fall out, but sort of like ladle out across sort of Val and things, and then just sort of start like tapping at the shoulder and things, giving him like a gentle nudge. Out.
What? Huh?
Hey.
What?
Whoa.
Huh?
How's it? First of all, how's the head? Second of all, we're above water. Third of all, I can't open the port.
What the fuck? What?
Okay.
And then he looks for his watch real quick. Is like, what the fuck?
9:30.
Flips open and is like, oh shit. Okay. And so he kind of awkwardly flops out of the hammock. He's like, shit. Looks out the window. Is like, oh, yep. Oh, okay.
Hey, you doing all good?
Jesus. Yep, I'm good.
All right.
Oh. He's nearly knocking things over.
Fair enough. Fair enough then. I sort of
tries to open the door.
with my assistance.
Hits it all the way open in one fucking go. Not even asking you what the fuck's going on, really paying attention to the fact that you're above water.
Yeah. At that point,
it's like, whoops, shit.
Yeah, I may have loosened the door, so do be careful with that.
And then all the water rushes out.
Yeah, I'm just sort
and
of
going
checking.
Past it, and it's just like, well, that's a way to wake up. Morning.
Yep. Yeah, I'm just sort of now that damp, soggy feeling. Like the clothes were obviously in the water. They were heavy, but you didn't feel it. And now it's just sort of that awful, sodden feeling. Yep. By the way, did they ever tell you how to dry this stuff quickly, or?
So he's awkwardly like thinking in his brain. He's like, oh, what
at the very least.
So he has to think for a second. And he's like, I mean, not really, no.
Fair enough then. Well, we're gonna have to restock on a couple supplies anyway.
Yeah.
See if a towel can be.
So I'm gonna go to the bar and turn our keys in. I'll be back.
Yeah.
So he just kind of flops back into the water and then swims to the entrance to the main bar area. That part is still submerged.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, because we're on the second floor, is this still like we're up and things?
Mm-hmm.
I assume Duke and Chandler are still on the hammock at this point now.
Oh yes, they're both still up there.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and relace my boot, try and wring out the thing, and just see that awful squelching feeling as I put my foot back in it. Yep. Yeah, and just sort of try and go through my things, see, like, obviously everything's completely soaked through, but just trying to make a list of, like, okay, well, weapons, I can clean those off as long as they don't rust. Oh, they're gonna rust. No. We'll see if I can find a blacksmith or something to just give them a once over, but yeah, that's there. All my business cards. Note to self, next time, I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that those are properly laminated. Thankfully, the little leather-bound journal was like fully leather-bound, really nicely, so that was just like completely sealed. Didn't even risk like opening it and things, because I can see like there's like the seal on the edge where the water wants to get in. Just like that's gonna stay like that. But yeah, other than that, my pen ran, so there's a nice stain in the bottom of the bag of a pen, but other than that, everything's fine.
Okay. So yeah, Val turns in the key, pops his head up from the water, and jumps back into the room. Starts gathering his things.
Yeah.
Including the ferrets.
Yep.
Like, go in the tube, you stay in the tube.
Yeah. Oh, tuck it out now.
Hopefully.
I mean, they should be.
We're here. And literally our next place is a short walk away.
Oh, fantastic. Hopefully there'll be somewhere to be able to dry this stuff by the fire.
Yes.
Still, though. Finally take this thing off. Just very happily, and just pulls that entire thing off, like straight yanks it. Like, it's not delicate motion, it's a straight yank, pulling the whole thing off. Like, even though it's like secure, like more than like assume like half a semicircle, it's slightly more than that. Like, it's just straight pull. So even if it's like pulling along, like you can see like not like a gash into the neck or anything, but you can sort of see that obviously it's pinching the neck slightly. It's just pulling it straight off and straight hard down onto the vanity. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, Val gets all of his things together, packs it back into his bag. He doesn't seem as concerned about like any of the water messing with any of his stuff.
Good for him.
You kind of see for a moment like the quiver and arrows from his weapons before it like tucks back into the bottom of the bag and secures it shut.
Fair enough. And I will go ahead and also mark into my inventory 1 bottle of Abyss. Because I'll be needing that at some point.
Oh,
maybe.
Goodness.
Look, I may need it. It may prove useful.
Fair enough.
Look, let's put it this way. If I've got a drink that can turn someone blackout drunk in a single go, that's going to be fantastic.
That's fair.
I can share a toast with someone, and obviously since I'm shorter than they are, I have a smaller glass, and since they're bigger, they get a very large glass. Boom! I'm suddenly fine.
Oh my goodness. And so you two disembark from the vessel, and you realize that you're in the middle of the ocean still, but on a small island. And so you walk to the island itself, and it's bright and sunny and warm, and it feels very tropical. And you walk down to the other side of the island. It is very small. and you can see a very large galleon-sized ship.
Hmm.
And that is your next destination and the end of this session.
All right then. Well, that was a lot of fun. Thank you very much. We greatly appreciated that. We'll go ahead and make sure that everything is all sorted out with inventory and stuff. Check over the golden stuff and things. But yeah, we had a lot of fun with that. Thank you. And of course,
You're level
totally
5 now.
Oh, we're now level 5 as well.
Yep.
Okay. Well, guess the sea handling and stuff proved out useful for something. But we'll deal with whatever that is next time, because for now we will go ahead and end things off. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right then. And thank you everyone as well who has been here. That is the wrong screen. We want this screen here while we do go ahead and actually get every other bit and piece and stuff that we need, because we need all of this and bits and pieces going where they need to go. Brain thinking, trying to do that. Yes. Anyway, thank you to everyone who has shown up. Thank you very much as well to Sinner, who came out and decided to raid and things. It was very much appreciated. We greatly appreciate all of that. Thank you everyone who has stopped by. We hope to see you again next time. But until then, take care.